Meeting of Minnesota County Board of Supervisors to order, and Atlas, if you can conduct the roll.
Supervisor McGorty.
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Chair Jurdy.
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
Here.
And I can't really see who's in the board chambers, but if Christian Curtis, County Council, is present, maybe he'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is telecomment. And to telecomment, you must submit a speaker form online. The link is in the telecomment request forms. They're found on the website and on the agenda. And this is for comment on non-agenda items as well as our consent calendar. So, and this would be the time to call in right now if you've submitted a telecomment. Do we have any members of the public wish to comment at this time?
Yes, we do. First on the line is Jan McGorty.
Atlas, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable supervisors. Once again, I'm bringing the concept of CIT to your attention. I hope you've had time to review the information I sent you. If you did, you will understand that CIT is more than training. It is community-based with partners coming together to respond to mental health crises. Think of a three-legged stool. It couldn't stand on one or two legs. It can stand on three legs, but how much better to have 4 or 5? This is what collaboration looks like. A true crisis intervention team program is community-based with equal partners coming together to be prepared to handle mental health crises. It examines how system problems contribute to crisis situations and develops solutions to these systemic challenges. If you had time to examine the matrix I sent you comparing the $12,000 training presented locally with the authorized curriculum from CIT International, you would understand the pitiful lack of coverage of mental health topics and the complete lack of skill-based learning in de-escalation techniques in the local training. I'm bringing this to your attention again because the incident in Ukiah last week involving UPD and an individual in a psychotic episode reinforces the need for better training and collaboration. If a parent used pepper spray to get the attention of a defiant child, what would happen? If a teacher used distraction strikes to get a student's attention who was texting in class, what would happen? This is not acceptable in 2021 for anyone. CIT has been presented numerous times in the past to both your board, the Sheriff's Department, UPD, and mental health. It's time to come together. Since the Sheriff's budget is almost 40% of the county budget, I am pleading with your board to take the lead in initiating cultural change and policy reform in response to the mental health crises now. Yesterday would have been better. 5 years ago would have been perfect. Please put this on your agenda. Bring a community coalition together and make this happen. Thank you for your time and attention.
That concludes public expression.
So I know we're not supposed to take action on public comment, but this has been something that's been discussed in the community pretty widely after this incident in Ukiah, and this has come up multiple times about the training. And I'm wondering if we could agendize at the next available meeting a discussion about the training of public safety agencies throughout the county, the city police departments, the sheriff's office, and in that find out what percentage of the patrol officers have taken this training that's, I believe, been offered by the county for some time. So if the board would indulge, I'd like us to agree to place that on a future agenda.
please.
I would certainly agree with that. And I think the important thing is that the CIT training that they're getting should be compliant with CIT International, which is Jan McGordy's whole point. The training that was offered before did not have actually some really key pieces of the training that CIT recommends. So we spent $12,000 for a training that, in my opinion, was kind of second rate. And I think we want to work on getting the best we can so that we have our professionals properly educated on this. And to Jan's point, this really is a whole ecosystem that needs training. It's not just the police, it's also the jail, it's also the health departments and everybody who deals with mentally ill people, so that we have a humane and logical plan. And training is the whole point of how you respond to an emergency. So I think a good, robust discussion is long overdue.
Chair Haschak.
Go ahead, CEO Angela.
Oh, thank you. I apologize. It's difficult for us to see each other, so I apologize for just jumping in. I would like to report to you and the board that Dr. Janine Miller and I have already had a discussion about this morning. And Supervisor McGordy is right. There has been CIT training. I do not know the difference between the training that has been done versus the training that Ms. McGordy is speaking of. However, I can tell you there have been CIT trainings that have been offered by the county. I have asked Dr. Miller to let us know, who has been offered that training. My understanding is the sheriff's office and the police departments have been offered that training. So we will get that information if you would like. Our agenda is full on the 12th, but we could at least report out to this board on the 12th on this item. Again, I'd like to say we are checking on the CIT training, how many have been done. They have been paid for by mental health. Has that training been offered to all of our police departments in the area? How many have showed up? And so we will have that information, and if there's any additional information, we can get that for you. So if you would like us to come back on the 12th, that's a quick turnaround, but I believe since Dr. Miller and I have already been discussing this and doing the research, we most likely could come back at least with information to this board.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Supervisor Williams?
When CEO Angelo comes back, could we also come back with the feasibility of making it a mandatory training rather than putting it out there and saying who wants to do it? Maybe it's a requirement, given that we're going to pick up the tab of any settlements.
Mr. Chair, we can address that, but this, I think we're talking about training for outside agencies at this point. I'm not certain that the county would have any ability to make anything mandatory for any other law enforcement agencies outside of the county system.
Yeah, I think that's understood. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I think that another point that Ms. McGordy made was that the two trainings, the training that was offered and the CIT International, they're not equivalent, and the information she sent us certainly showed that the CIT International was more robust and more comprehensive. So along with who's had the training, I guess we need to know what it would take to do the CIT International training.
Okay, well, we've probably gone as far as we can go with our, I think staff's heard us, and we can individually talk to them between now and the next meeting, but we've probably covered this as much as we can for a non-agenda item. I'm guessing the county council is ready to shut us down. But thank you for those comments, Supervisor Haschak. Yeah, so we've gone through public comment, and we are now on the consent calendar. Are there any board members that would like to pull a consent calendar item for discussion? Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, I'd like to pull items 4A and 4B.
Okay. Any others? Okay, let's go to 4A and 4B.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jurdy. For item 4A, I'd like to pull Jeff Ship's application because I've heard that the Behavioral Health Advisory Board hasn't been able to properly screen that application. So I think that for the process to be totally complete, we need to pull it and bring it back at a future date.
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
And then on item 4B, it's a proclamation to recognize Sexual Assault and Child Abuse Prevention Month. And I believe that there's someone who is calling in to talk about that from both about the child abuse prevention and sexual assault, Project Sanctuary. So I don't know if we have anyone on the line for those, but
yeah, Alice, do we have anyone to speak on that proclamation?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to bring everyone's attention to this proclamation for the month of April. And,
okay, thank you, Supervisor Heshak, and for sponsoring that proclamation. Okay, is there a motion to approve an amended version of the consent calendar, suspending the one nomination?
Excuse me, Chair.
I move approval.
We do have public comment on 3 different items on the consent calendar.
Oh, you do?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay. I thought we called for that earlier. Okay, go ahead.
First on the line is Dina Polkinghorn.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. So thank you for sponsoring this proclamation. We do this often. We've done it over the years many times, and I sometimes get asked like if these are effective sort of activities to partake in, and the truth is it is. We do get increased calls during our outreach months. And so in October, it's Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and in April, it's Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So thank you for partnering with us on that. You just never know who you'll reach in these outreach events. And so we're grateful for your partnership. I just wanted to mention too that April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Child Abuse Prevention Month. And the Project Sanctuary Facebook page has several online events going on this month. This is our 4th outreach now during the pandemic. So nothing in person, no activities out in the community, but people have lots of opportunities to participate through our Facebook page. I know later in the month, we'll also have some events in English and Spanish in regards to sexual assault prevention. So thank you again for letting me speak, and thank you for proclaiming April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Next on the line is Monique Ramirez.
Good morning. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Monique Ramirez. I just wanted to state a couple of things. First of all, about the recent events that happened over the weekend regarding the man that was beaten by the Ohio Police Department and how unacceptable that type of behavior is. And while I understand that the Board of Supervisors does not have authority over the department, especially because it's in an incorporated area of our county, I think it's important for our county and the community as a whole to stand in solidarity to hold these kinds of violent acts accountable. So I appreciate the conversations happening around it, and especially for mental health. That's the missing link. And I think as our own police department is seeking additional funding for other enforcement activities that they need support on, it makes it really difficult for a community to want to support something like that when we see police abuse power in the way that we saw over the weekend. So I just really want to go on the record to state my personal opposition to seeing police departments of any kind across any part of our country abusing their power, especially when somebody is unarmed and clearly in a mental state that needs help. So I also wanted to point your attention to SB 59, which passed yesterday in the Business and Professions and Economic Development Committee with unanimous support, and it will now be referred to the Environmental Quality Committee, hopefully at the end of this month. So that's pretty exciting news for all of the cultivators in the state that are still operating on provisional licenses. And I also would hope to see some sort of press release given out to the community when the online portal for all of our phase one operators to be able to submit their documents in an electronic format will be noticed. I think a lot of people are really antsy to know when that date is going to be set and how soon we're going to be able to start accessing that, especially because spring is here and many people are starting to tackle the Appendix G application process and do have things they want to update with the county so that everything coincides with their maps and if they've just made any altered changes. And so we don't want to be redundant and have people submit things now if they need to wait until the portal opens up. So I think it's a crucial point to get that up and running because we do have Appendix G applications that are going to be submitted to the county soon. And also there's many people that are going through the renewal process that will also need to do that. So those are the things that I'd like to say for today. Thank you so much.
Next on the line is Carrie Brown.
Hi. Thank you very much for recognizing me. I'm on the line today with the consent calendar regarding item 4AB, and that's approval of a bid processes to go out for East Road and Potter Valley, the reconstruction of the road. I'm celebrating. I'm very pleased that we're at this point now. I remember former Supervisor John Mayfield, he was quite a young man, said that discussion started back then. Supervisor James Eddy, who served for 20 years on the board, it was on the top of his agenda, followed by Supervisor Seiji Sugawara, Supervisor Delbar, and also for myself. So I'm very pleased, and I'd like to thank MCOG and Department of Transportation for staying on it, and very pleased it's on the agenda today. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
We do have a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended. Would you like to conduct the roll?
Can I get the first and second?
I might have been the first. I think we tied.
Yeah, you were the first. I seconded it.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now it takes us to 5A, which is a discussion of possible action, including an update associated with the coronavirus and provide direction regarding essential services in Mendocino County, operational preparation and response, and associated countywide economic impacts. And the sponsor of this is the Executive Office.
Chair Jurdy, this is CO Angelo. In the interest of time, I will turn this over to Dr. Corin, but I do want to say that we did get notified by CSAC this morning, and possibly it's already in the news, but Governor Newsom will be speaking, doing a press conference at 11 this morning, talking about plans to fully reopen the state. So I think we're on the move there with our numbers and with a full reopening. So we'll see what the governor says at 11. At this point, I would like to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Corin. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Angelo, Chair Jurdy, and supervisors. I'll first start with data on my report. The U.S. coronavirus cases now number 30,755,089 cases. Deaths are now over 555,273. And the data from 2020 shows COVID is the third leading cause of death in the United States. In California, our cases are 3,582,463. And the total deaths in California have been 58,534. Here in Mendocino County, as of yesterday, April 5th, the average daily new cases have come down to 3.07 per 100,000 as a 7-day average. And the 7-day test positivity has come down to 2.4%, with an R effective value of 0.79 compared to California as a whole, 0.82. This shows less transmission from our viruses. Our total cases here in Mendocino County have numbered 3,958, of whom Latino members of our community accounted for 1,983, or 50%. This is very slowly decreasing, not enough, but it is in the right direction. Currently under isolation are 22 of our citizens, quarantined 50, and the deaths from community residents now number 46, which represents no change from the last time I presented. In the hospital, as of last night, there are 2 on med-surg. There is 1 in the ICU out of county. Mendocino has been in the red substantial tier for 3 weeks now, and last week we actually achieved the orange tier metrics. If we continue, we will probably be in the orange tier next week. However, the state has achieved the goal of 4 million doses of vaccine to the lowest resource zip codes, which will cause a shift of the threshold so that we should be moved to orange tier soon, this week. And it may be what CEO Angelo is referring to as the governor's address. I don't know. As far as outbreaks, our Ukiah post-acute outbreak is winding down. The California Department of Public Health is sending someone today to do an inspection to see if there are any more interventions that would be advised. And this is the reason why I've asked to be excused from this meeting. It is important to understand that these large healthcare facility outbreaks are brought in for the most part by staff, many of whom are not vaccinated, and that is true as well in this Ukiah post-acute outbreak. So we're encouraging all these institutions to reevaluate their staff and their vaccination status and encourage more to get vaccinated. We should also note at this point that there is a situation at the Fiddleheads restaurant in Mendocino that they were fined last year for non-compliance, and this week or last week they advertised a 50% discount for patrons who throw away their masks. So code enforcement has given them notice. They were threatened, and so the sheriff is now accompanying them as they make their visits. Cases in general in the county are still predominantly community spread and through the households. We're still missing some information because of decreased testing in general. So just briefly, what does the orange tier change? Would mean increased capacity allowed for places of worship, retail, including grocers and shopping centers, restaurants, museums, movie theaters, and outdoor live events. New indoor activities will include pools, wineries, breweries, distilleries, and bars who serve food. It'll also include family entertainment, card rooms, and satellite wagering. Offices can proceed gradually indoors, but we still encourage telework where it's possible. Note that outdoor live events is leveraging increased capacity for people, for guests who are completely vaccinated and tested. And so there's more to come to entice people by this type of opening to get vaccinated and get back to normal as soon as possible. Testing is low statewide. We're actually utilizing our state resources better than the other counties. We have recently begun visiting 2 cities per day by the travel team with fewer personnel, which should be more efficient and cost effective. Variants are an important part of the news now. Since my last presentation, the state lab has notified us of 4 variants discovered in this county, but it dated back to samples from February 9th, 2021. 2 of the 4 variants were the West Coast variety B427 and B429, which are prevalent in California. They're the most prevalent in California and now considered variants of concern because they do have an increased transmission of 20%. This is compared to the better known and UK variant on the East Coast and in Minnesota, which have a 50% increase in transmission and seem to be causing a new wave that hasn't yet affected California, but certainly could. California has seen very few of the other variants of concern, and Mendocino, none so far. While the state has been doing some random testing, they're backed up for months. Our county lab is bringing whole genome sequencing online, but still is in the quality controlled testing stage. And I will be sending them a formal proposal this week to begin to do a significant percentage of our positive tests, probably in the range of 20%, since the numbers of positive cases are so low. As far as contact investigation and contact tracing, this has long been supporting the other efforts since there are fewer cases. They're especially focusing on school and sports since opening is so new. However, all of our cases regarding the schools and sports have been closed at this point. None have led to any outbreaks. In the schools, our well-vaccinated education sector continues to open to hybrid programs, which are increasing in attendance and in phases. We decreased, along with the state, the required spacing between student chairs and desks to prepare for the full attendance, and since the data does not suggest a lot of transmission between students, we'll still be maintaining the 6 foot of spacing between adult staff members and staff and students. Sports have begun with increased testing for coaches and athletes, and we have seen a few cases, like I said, in the schools, but none have been epi-linked, and that is consistent with the state data. I'm going to move on to vaccines. Accounting and reconciling data platforms have significantly improved, though they're not perfect. VA and pharmacy and IHS data are still not well integrated. But we have gotten reports from Round Valley and show that they've given an additional 1,400 doses. So our vaccine supply has been a little better, but we were restricted to give only 2nd doses because of supply at our last clinics. Adventist Health has also run into some issues and had to borrow from a sister hospital in March just to make their 2nd doses. Recently, they have voiced interest in allocating their doses to the county to continue the mass vaccine events. The county is planning more mass vaccine events, as well as continuing smaller travel teams for the smaller groups that need outreach. On April 1st, we in the state opened eligibility to all those over 50 years old. And on April 15th, eligibility will include all those over 16 years old. We have also had decreased requirements for verification, accepting self-attestation. It is important, though, that everyone understand eligibility does not mean availability. So we're still expecting an increase that'll be slight through April, but then much more doses are expected toward the end of April and beginning in May. We are reaching out, continuing to more agricultural and food workers, as well as the disabled. We're working on a plan with Mendocino Office of Education to make available vaccines to the students who are over 16 with their families before graduation. This would have to be Pfizer due to the age of the student, and Pfizer's, just to bring you up to date, Pfizer has been doing third phase testing on adolescents between 12 and 16 years old. And so far that testing shows that it has been 100% effective in that group, which is good, because then maybe toward the end of the summer, we'll be able to offer it to the adolescents as well. We'll continue to work on more community health education to increase interest and combat hesitancy. We've been working closely with our Hispanic communities who want more physical leaflets and door hangers to get out the word to those communities. And so that's what we're working on. The state is also doing large public education campaigns and trying to point out that getting vaccinated is the way to get our lives back to normal. Immunity with the end unity spelled in capitals is a new slogan. We have signed the third-party administration MOU with the state, and our partner clinics have all engaged or signed on with Blue Shield. We hope this will make accounting and ordering easier with the clinics getting vaccines directly from the state. The MOU and contracts now allow some small reallocation between the county and the partners to keep us nimble as we have been cooperating together. My Turn upgrades have been making it more functional and now allow geofencing and codes for special clinics. The geofencing would be for an event that we only want members of the Mendocino community to take advantage of. The access to My Turn is improved in Spanish and English online and by telephone, so this should make getting an appointment significantly easier. Distribution. Mendocino County continues to excel in distributing these vaccines. We've administered so far 57,393 total doses, and that's been recorded in the state website on April 5th. It's almost 15,000 more than what we reported 2 weeks ago. The data as of March 31st, with 7,000 vaccinations missing from these calculations, showed that fully vaccinated in California are 22.75% of the citizens, whereas in Mendocino County, it's 29.2%. And again, this is minus the most recent 7,000 vaccinations. Partly vaccinated here in Mendocino County are 17.2%. The state equity statistics show Mendocino as third from the best in the state for fully vaccinated first quartile or lowest resource communities. We have been giving 53.8% of our vaccines to women, 48.8% of our vaccines went to Caucasians, 16.7% to Hispanic, and 2.3% to American Indian and Alaska Native. Note that the state site doesn't really reflect the vaccines that have been given out by our IHS partners, our clinics, our Native American clinics. 43.1% of our vaccines went to those over 65 years old. 24% went to the 50 to 64-year-old group, and 32% to the 18 to 49-year-old group. This week's clinics, I didn't list. If you're interested, I can certainly tell you where they are. It's become a little bit more consistent. In summary, our efforts are paying off with a lower case rate and now with achieving orange tier metrics. This is due to restrictions in part, cooperation in large part, and vaccinations going well. More activities will be opened up for us. But the dangers now are that we prematurely think this pandemic is over, or that the new variants we are definitely seeing in Mendocino will spread faster, or a new variant that is more virulent, more resistant, or more transmissible will occur here, and we could have another wave, another surge as they are experiencing on the East Coast. So we want to move forward. We want to get back to more normal life with schools open, recreation, and a little more sociable and rewarding life. But we also want to see that that all these restrictions, plus masking, distancing, and testing, got us here, and we need to continue those activities along with vaccines until we're sure we have this pandemic under control. So I just want to restate, vaccines are safe and effective and becoming more accessible. We'll need to ramp up our efforts as soon as we have our supply, and we're doing that with our partners to get everyone vaccinated. Those who are hesitant need more community education, and we're trying to do that. And I think we're moving forward, but people have to continue to remember masking, social distancing, avoiding crowds and uncontrolled gatherings to usher us safely out of this pandemic. And I'll close at that and be here for any questions you have.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Dr. Korn? Supervisor McGorty?
Just congratulations for all the great work you guys are doing. I'm pleased to hear that we're among the leaders in the state, and kudos to all of the people working to make this happen.
Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, I would say the same thing, that's really good news on a lot of fronts on that. One question about the demographics for the vaccinations, and you said that 16% of the Hispanic population has been vaccinated. Is there any kind of method we're using to try to increase that percentage?
Well, yes, a lot of it has to do with community education, and we're producing, of course, all of our online education in Spanish as well as English. We are now moving to include the physical types of education, like I said, the leaflets and door hangers that have been requested from the Hispanic community. And one of the things that we are attempting to do also is make available on Sundays our vaccines, for example, at the churches. Many of them are interested. That is a time when a lot of the agricultural workers and other essential workers who are primarily Hispanic can get off of work and actually come in, and they do attend church. So that, plus working with our partners who are really in touch with their communities who are Hispanic, and our partners, like, as well as los promotores who are doing a lot of education and assisting people to make their vaccination appointments. But they also help us to understand how we can reach out more. And this is, a statewide and a nationwide problem, unfortunately. We need to do more about the hesitancy, and there is a lot of history and a lot of reasons why the Hispanic community is hesitating on getting the vaccines. But those are some of our approaches.
Thank you.
Supervisor McGorty?
I just want to add, we're also going to try to bring, or we have been bringing it to communities. And this week we're going to have a clinic at Talmadge at MCOE from 4 to 6 on Wednesday afternoon. And it's the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and you don't have to pre-register. So we'll see if that helps. And I personally passed out the information on Sunday morning to most of the people who live in Talmadge. It was my Sunday morning walk, and I hope it goes well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Korn. I think we'll now go on to county services and DOC updates from CEO Angelo and Becky Emery.
Chair Jurdy, I'll turn it over to Ms. Emery. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Becky Emery, Department Operations Center Manager. In addition to the ongoing work of our Department Operations Center, I wanted to share with you our Great Plates program has been approved through the beginning of May. The program is expanding now and includes 8 restaurants serving 57% of which are minority owned. Through the Great Plates, we are supporting 847 members of our community, 780 of whom are over 65 years of age, and another 67 between the ages of 60 and 64 that are high-risk individuals. The participation or partnership is providing an average of 14,823 meals weekly and has provided over 307,000 meals to date over the past 10 months. Our program has generated $8.6 million of revenue to Mendocino County and averages an approximate $34 per person per day for those meals. We continue to encourage our community members in need of support and restaurants as well that are looking to partner to contact us and apply for this program by calling 463-7900 or 1-877-327-1799. As far as our community and the supports that we're providing, we want to ensure that we are continuing to support our community in all of the efforts that they need support throughout this event. We have continued our isolation and quarantine efforts and supports even throughout the weekends, making those supports available to individuals that have been called in. We've posted those numbers both on our website as well as our Facebook page, and have had the last 2 weekends that the Department Operations Center has been closed down and have had significant support available to our community, and have only had one person who has called and needed support through that. Our number of positive cases over the weekends have also been extremely low, and we have followed up with each of these individuals, and they have been isolating or quarantining on their own. Most of them are found out that they were positive through tests at the hospital and were placed in isolation at that time. So it's been a really great opportunity for our staff as well to be able to continue the supports for our community and engage on an appropriate level. Additionally, within our Department Operations Center, we're evaluating the staffing and continuing to ensure that we are able to shift some of our staff to their ongoing projects as our case numbers have continued to decrease within the DOC. And so making sure that we are maximizing both our staff time and resources and still partnering with all of our community members. And I'll close my report there and available for any questions.
Becky, I'm not seeing any questions at this time. We can go on to the vaccine update from Darcy Antle.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. So for the vaccine update, Dr. Korn provided the very exciting news on our numbers and ranking 3rd in the state. So again, good job to the vaccine team. Wednesday, working collaboratively with Supervisor McGordy, we will be doing a target population vaccine event at the Mendocino County Office of Education for Talmadge residents and the local farm workers. This will be 200 doses of Johnson & Johnson. Walk in when you're ready. So please come between 4 and 6. Thursday, we'll be doing first dose clinic at the fairgrounds, 1 to 7 p.m. And this is Pfizer. Next Monday, we will be doing a second dose clinic, Moderna. On Wednesday, we are partnering with Adventist Health and MCHC, Mendocino Community Health Clinic, to provide a clinic at the fairgrounds. And then on the 15th, we will be doing second dose Pfizer again. So the community partnerships are expanding. Our clinics, obviously, the FQHCs are doing a wonderful job, but we are working more collaboratively with the city of Ukiah, of course, as well as Adventist Health to build up our resources in hopes that the vaccines allocations to Mendocino County continue to grow through this month, and where we're getting a really good amount of doses in May and June. So the transition to Blue Shield has been a little bumpy. It's not perfect, but we are seeing a light at that end of the tunnel. They are giving us more of a forecast of what we will be seeing in our doses in the future. So we'll have a little better, more advanced notice for scheduling first dose clinics. In addition, I would just add, Becky spoke about Great Plates. We also have 67 rooms still housing, this is room key individuals. So those that are homeless, that need a place to stay, that are high risk for COVID. And at the end of this report, Supervisor Jurdy, I would like Kirk Ford to give a brief update on the debris removal for the Oak and August fire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Darcy. Kirk.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board, CEO Angelo. My name is Kirk Ford. I am your interim disaster recovery manager on loan from Environmental Health. I want to give you a brief summary of the Oak and August fire recovery effort. If you recall, the Oak and August fires both burned Mendocino County late last year, and cleanup efforts have been underway since then. 2 weeks ago, debris removal efforts started in earnest and are nearing completion. Most of the properties in Willits have concluded ash and debris removal with soil sampling and laboratory analysis underway. Several sites in Covelo have completed debris removal, and residents will notice an increase in dump truck activity on Highway 162 and FH7 as they continue to remove ash, scrap metal, and debris with the goal of finishing later this week or early next week. Anyone can view the progress of the debris removal by visiting the state's debris removal dashboard by going to wildfirerecovery.caloes.ca.gov. That's wildfirerecovery.caloes.ca.gov and clicking the button for Debris Operations Dashboard. Additionally, I have this little QR code that you can scan. It will take you there on your mobile device. The debris dashboard link is also on the county website for disaster recovery under both Oak and August fires. It's very exciting to finally get these properties cleaned up so that the residents can move forward in the rebuilding process. Properties will be considered completely cleaned once soil analysis shows that all ash has been removed, and final sign-off will be issued for the property from the state. That's the end of my summary, and I'll be available for any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I have one question, Kirk. So it sounds like this cleanup is for this fire is being managed by the state, and my recollection was that the 2017 fire, the cleanup was managed by FEMA, and they had a contract where basically they reimbursed on tonnage for the amount of material removed, and we found later that too much material was being removed from properties, and then requiring property owners or the county to bring in fill to replace the soil removal. So that problem, as we understood it, wasn't an issue with the state managed program. So are you telling us that this fire's cleanup is a state managed program, and so we're not seeing that same problem where they remove too much soil from burn sites?
That is correct. Yeah, it's through the state, and I've been out on site. I was out there yesterday, both in Covelo and Willits, and it looks like they're not removing too much soil. In fact, many of them, they just took just a few inches, and they really only need to take enough ash to make sure that we get a good clean soil sample from the analysis of underneath the structure of the house to make sure that we removed any polynucleated aromatic hydrocarbons from the destruction of the house. So yeah, so far so good. It looks like the excavation has been just perfect. That's what they're pulling aside, and we expect to see more soil analysis coming back later this week or next week as well to really get those final sign-offs.
Okay, well, thanks for that. Mm-hmm. Any questions from the board members for either Kirk or for Darcy? Okay, well, thanks for the update. I see we have a few other people online. Sheriff Kendall or John Burks, Code Enforcement, do either of you have an update you want to share at this time? Or are you just available for questions?
Available, thank you. I'm available for any questions. Our number of calls for service regarding this have dramatically dropped off in the last month, and I believe that's most likely due to all of the work that public health's been putting out with the DOC and whatnot in the vaccinations.
Okay, thanks. All right. Do we have any public comments on this agenda item?
No, we do not.
Okay. Just looking one more time. Board members, any questions, comments? No. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the update and being available. And we're actually going to take a short break. Well, maybe not. Well, let's go on. It's only 9:50. We're ahead of schedule. I'm going to look to staff. Would we be available? We're ahead of schedule. Would we be available for item 6A at this time?
Chair Jurdy, we're checking right now. We could contact Chief Gonzalez. He's not on with us at this time.
Alternately, would 5B, would that one, the actuarial report, would that be available?
Yeah, I believe so. I think our retirement administrator is on. Do you want to ask her? Does she need, is she having someone else present? Okay, I think, Chair Jurdy, we could move to 5B.
Okay, great. So that's the discussion possible action, including acceptance of the Mendocino County Retirement Association's actuarial valuation for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020, and adoption of the retirement board's recommended retirement contribution rates for fiscal years 21, 22. And the sponsor is the Mendocino County Employee Retirement Association. And I'd like to turn this over to Doris. She is the Executive Director of the Retirement Association.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. Our actuary, Andy Young with Siegel Consulting, will be here to provide a presentation regarding the actuarial valuation for June 30, 2020 for the retirement system. I see that Andy is available now. I can go ahead and turn it over to him.
Thank you, Doris. Good morning, Chair Jurdy and other members of the board. My name is Andy Young from Siegel, presenting to you the results from the June 30, 2020 valuation. I think I now have the share screen capability, so maybe I'll go ahead and put on the PowerPoint presentation that I intend to use for this presentation. I understand that this has been included in your packet of board material from last week. So yes, here. Want to make sure that you can see the PowerPoint presentation that I just put on my screen.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Chairman Jurdy. So, sorry, okay. The presentation today is for the June 30, 2020 valuation. So let me just summarize for you what is the purpose of the actuarial valuation. First and foremost, we'd like to include the data that we have used in the valuation. And again, this is getting a little bit dated because there's always a 1-year delay between the date when we actually prepare the valuation. The date is for June 30, 2020. And those valuation results, in particular, the contribution rate requirement, if approved by the Board of Supervisors today, would become effective for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. In other words, there's always a 1-year schedule delay between the date of that valuation and the rate implementation. In the valuation and also in the presentation today, we have provided to you a reconciliation of what has happened during the last fiscal year. In particular, how has the unfunded liability of the plan changed from June 30, 2019 to June 30, 2020. We have also compared and included in the presentation to you today the funding status of the plans. It's really just comparing how much assets we have in the plan compared to the amount of the liability, and the difference is what is referred to later in the presentation as the amount of the unfunded actuarial accrued liability, or the UAAL. So let's take a look at what goes into the evaluation. I will just go through 3 items which really have changed since the day we performed the 2019 valuation. So of course, every time when we do a valuation, we try to incorporate the best data we have available. So in this case, we have included the number of active employees working for the county and also for 2 other special districts which participate in the Retirement Association. We have also taken a look at the number of retirees and the number of deferred vested members who were reported to us as part of that June 30, 2020 valuation. We have also taken a look at the financial data, in particular, what is the market value of assets that was available as of the date of the valuation, namely June 30, 2020, and using that to compare against liability that we have determined. Now, I cannot emphasize enough that because it is a snapshot, and because the snapshot date that we have used in that valuation was based on June 30, 2020, so any other changes in particular in the appreciation and the market value of assets since that day would not have been reflected. So again, when I go through the presentation, I will highlight for you at least how much things have changed in a quick, short 6-month period since the date of the valuation from June 30, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, which you would also be able to see from looking at the Retirement Association's website, because there has been tremendous progress which have been made in the market value of assets, in the appreciation of the value of the assets since that particular date. Last but not least on this page I'd like to cover is that every 3 years, the Retirement Board has a practice of going through all the actuarial assumptions. So for example, we have to make assumptions for many, many years as to how much we expect the fund to earn, how long we expect our retirees, active members, when they retire, after they retire, to live after they retire from the county, for example. So those assumptions are not set in stone and never put away and never look at. Actually, they look at every 3 years. And this valuation actually relied on the assumptions that was reviewed by the Board of Retirement in June of 2020 before we conduct the valuation in around November of 2020. So it's very important to highlight for you that those assumptions have been looked at, because again, as you will see, those changes in the assumptions have a very tremendous impact, not just on the amount of the unfunded liability, addition to the unfunded liability of the plan, but it also adds to the contribution rate that we are presenting and including in the presentation to you today. Just two very simple concepts that we want to get through with you, and that you would be required to acquire a little bit of understanding if you decided to look at our big fair valuation report with about almost 120 pages. The two concepts that comes up all the time, one is called the normal cost. That is the cost or the portion of the long-term cost of the plan allocated to a years of service. So I always like to use an example. If I were to be one of your employees, I've just been hired and I'm expected to work for the county for another 30 years. So each one of those years I work for you, there will be a part of the cost that will need to be set aside for my retirement benefit. So that's the normal cost. Part of the cost is actually paid for by the employer, the county, and part of that cost is actually paid for by the employee. The other concept that you would need to get a handle on would be the so-called actuarial accrued liability. So this measures the normal cost for the past year. So if I go back to my example, if I were to be one of the county's employee, I actually have been employed for the last 10 years out of a 30-year career. So if you go back and look at and accumulate the 10 years of past normal costs based on the contributions that both the county and the employee have paid into the plan, that's the amount of the actuarial accrued liability that would be in the system for me. So in other words, if you look at the present value of the future benefits, what we're trying to do is to allocate or determine the part that is due to the past, which is the accrued liability, the amount that needs to be paid for in the current year, which is the current year's normal cost, and then in future valuations, we'll always come back to the board and provide to you what would be the amount that would be required to fund those future contributions to so-called future normal costs. Again, this is just another way to look at that funding of the present value of future normal costs. I alluded to earlier on about the amount of assets that we need to have on hand in order to pay for the amount of the accrued liability that have been earned by the employees that have already worked for the county. So any difference between how much assets we have on hand versus how much we should have on hand if all the actuarial assumptions were to come true, that difference is called the unfunded actuarial accrued liability, or the UAAL for short. So let's take a very brief look at the current funding policy. In the association, there was a review that was done in 2013. We helped the Board of Retirement establish these actuarial funding policy. There was another review that was performed in 2018. There was really no substantive change that were made to that policy other than to include a few additional terms. In the actuarial funding policy, we also talk about the so-called actuarial funding method. So the only thing that perhaps the Board of Supervisors we need to know is that the name of the method is called the entry age method. It's really the method that is used currently by all the county retirement systems in the state of California. There are 20 of those systems. It is also used by the other counties, for example, that does not participate in the county retirement systems, and those are participants in the CalPERS plan. Suffice to say that everybody is using this same method, so it's called the gold standard. Now, for the purpose of determining how much assets, remember the chart that I show you where we always have to compare how much assets we have in the plan against the liability that we have in the plan. We never use actually the market value of assets, and one of the reasons why we don't like to use market value of assets to compare against their liability is that we know that market value can fluctuate quite a bit from one year to the next. As a matter of fact, market value can fluctuate quite a bit from one day to the next. So as a result, the Board of Retirement has adopted a so-called asset smoothing method, whereby any changes, any market gains and losses are recognized or smoothed out over a period of 5 years. So at the date of the last valuation as of June 30, 2020, one thing that is worth noting, and that will be noted again in the next part of my presentation, is that because of this asset smoothing methodology, we're currently sitting on some market losses that have not yet been recognized. As we'll see on the next page, 2020 was not a good year, at least for the first several months of 2020, especially during and after the onset of the pandemic in March or April of 2020. So as a result, the plan, even though there's a positive rate of return, but the return was less than what we expect. So as a result, we are now sitting on some deferred market losses of about $17 million that we have not yet recognized in developing the contribution rate requirement. So to put that into perspective, that $17 million is about 3.3% of the market value of assets. So whereas when I presented this report to you last time, we were almost at that even between that smooth value of assets and market value of assets, because the amount of net returns that we have not yet recognized was only $35,000. So again, I don't want to minimize this, but in one short year, we went from sitting on a small amount of unrecognized gain of about $35,000 to $17 million. And again, everything was done as of June 30, 2020, and definitely did not incorporate any market gains that have since taken place since June 30, 2020. Sorry. So what happened when the fund have unfunded liability? So the Board of Retirement also have a UAAL amortization policy. It works almost like a mortgage concept which we have on our house. And of course, if we don't have enough money to put towards the down payment or the full value of the house, then we go to the bank and arrange for a mortgage. It works very similarly for the pension plan. So when the plan has an unfunded liability back then in 2012, those unfunded liability are put onto a payment schedule. So as a result, you can think of this as the primary payment mortgage that we have on the unfunded liability that was measured as part of the 2012 valuation. Those unfunded liability are continued to be amortized and continue to be paid off by the county and the special districts, 2 other special districts for the association. And right now, it is expected to be paid off over a period of 19 years. I know that later on, I'm going to show you a graph as to how the amount of the unfunded liability is broken down between this, almost like the primary mortgage on the unfunded liability, and its amount to about 1/2 of the total UAAL. So just want to at least introduce that concept to you. And again, this is a primary mortgage on the unfunded liability for the Retirement Association. It's made up of about 1/2 of the total UAL for the fund, which we'll look at on the next slide. Right now, there's a payment plan put into place by the Board of Retirement, and they will be paid down in a period of about 19 years. Now, of course, since 2012 valuation, there have also been other new unfunded liability that have been added. And as we will see when we look at the chart, you will see that there's a lot of unfunded liability brought about because of actuarial assumption changes that Siegel, the actuary, has recommended to the Board of Retirement that they have approved. So in other words, anytime when we recommend new assumptions, for example, we recommend a reduction in the investment return assumption. When we recommend an assumption to reflect the possibility that our members, our retirees, will live longer after they retire from the county. Those liabilities that we were talking about, the actuarial, the accrued liability, will actually be remeasured using those assumptions. So this would be one of those places where you can almost call no good deeds will go unpunished. By using more conservative, using more realistic assumptions, you think that it would be better for the fund. But anytime when the assumptions are tightened up and they're made more conservative, they actually immediately remeasure those liabilities using those assumptions. So as you will see, in the most current valuation, we add an unfunded liability to the plan because of those changes in the assumptions that I talked about earlier on. And there were several changes in those assumptions as well that have taken place during the last maybe 10, 15 years, which have also been added to the unfunded liability. So it's almost like the second or the third mortgage on the house. Every time there's a change in the unfunded liability, those will also be paid off by the employer, by the county, and the payment period to amortize those unfunded liability is currently set at a period of 18 years. And the 18-year period was specifically chosen to make sure that there's no negative amortization. This happens when the payment that is required to be made by the employers are not even enough to satisfy the interest requirements. So this is not going to take place with the 18-year period and the assumptions that the Board of Retirement has approved. But at least I want to put it out there that at least for the original payment of primary mortgage, because they start off with a longer period, and as a result, there were some years in the past when there was some negative amortization. So that means, again, repeating myself, that the UAAL actually has gone up in spite of the fact that the employer, the county, has been making those contributions as recommended by the Board of Retirement. Oh, I'm sorry, come back. So with that, let's take a look at the data that we have used in evaluation. I'm not going to read over the numbers to you, but suffice to say that, as you can see, by comparing the number of active employees we have in the plan versus the number of retirees in the plan, we do have more retirees when compared to the actives. Again, this is really no reason why you need to be alarmed, because one of the reasons why we go through this exercise of recommending a contribution rate to both the employer, to the county, as well as to the members, is to make sure that we get enough money, we get enough contributions to set aside the assets so that we will be able to liquidate the assets when it is time to provide for the retirement of our retirees. So the fact that we have more retirees right now compared to the actives, again, should not be a reason why you should be concerned or alarmed, because unlike the Social Security system that we all participate in, assets have been set aside to provide for the retirement benefits. So this system that we're talking about, the Mendocino County Employee Retirement Systems, do not rely on the contributions from our active members in order to pay the benefit for our retirees. Again, as you will see in a slide coming up, we have set aside almost $500 million in assets in order to make sure that when our active employees retire, when they become retirees of the Retirement Association, there would be assets set aside while they were productively working for the employers to actually pay for the productive retirement career. So again, nothing to be alarmed of. But then you may ask, okay, well, so then is there anything that we should be aware of, knowing that we are one of the more, referring to the Actuarial Valuation Report, as to a more mature system. A more mature system would be when we have more retirees compared to the number of actives. Yes, there would be one area that we all should be aware of, the Board of Retirement is aware of, and the Board of Supervisors should be equally aware of. And that has to do with the fact that any time where there's a change in the actuarial assumptions, or maybe there is unfavorable actuarial experience, now those unfavorable experience, every time we remeasure the liability, they are always expressed in terms of the payroll dollars for our active employees. So to the extent that you have more retirees, and if there were to be more unfavorable actuarial experience, and if they have to be spread over the payroll for a smaller number of active employees relative to the retirees, that could cause bigger fluctuations, bigger increase in contribution rates, especially when those experiences were unfavorable. Now, it goes both ways. If later on, and I hope that to be the case when I present to you the results from the June 30, 2021 valuation, if the market gains were to persist until June 30, 2021, when we do our next valuation, we should have favorable investment experience. So anytime we have favorable investment experience, when we also take that favorable experience and express it in terms of the payroll for a smaller number of active compared to the retirees, that would cause everything else being equal, bigger reduction in the contribution rate. So we kind of go both ways. Unfavorable experience, when you have smaller number of active, will result in bigger increase in the contribution rate or vice versa. So with that, let's take a look at the actuarial experience of the plan, at least a snapshot. So you can see that we have liabilities of about $800 million. The assets in the fund, the assets that we use in the valuation, taking into account this so-called 5-year asset smoothing method that I was talking about, was $551 million. If you take the difference between the two, you can look at the amount of assets compared to the liabilities in actually one of two ways. You can take the difference between the two amounts, and if you were to do that, you will get the amount of the unfunded actuarial accrued liability, or the UAAL for short. And that amount was $244 million. Again, you can see that last time when we did the results from the June 30, 2019 valuation, that amount was only $219 million. So this year, it has gone up to $244 million. We do have a slide coming up which explains to you why there's an increase in that amount of the unfunded liability from 219 to $244 million. But we will see in that slide, the primary reason why the unfunded liability for the plan has gone up is as a result of the assumption changes, the experience study that I was talking about. The other way you can take a look at these unfunded liability, at the amount of assets and the liability, is to take the assets and divide that by the liability and come up with the so-called funded percentage. So if you take the $551 million, which is the smooth value of assets, divided that by the liability of $795, then the ratio that you come up with is about 69%. So again, last time when we did the 2019 valuation, when we do the exact same thing, the ratio was 71%. This time it has gone down to 69%. So another way to think of this percentage is for every dollar worth of liability that we have in the fund, how much assets we have to actually pay for that liability. So that answer was about 71 cents per dollar last time. This time it was about 69 cents per dollar. So we can also repeat the same exercise, but now use the market value of assets. So even though we don't use market value of assets to set the contribution rate for the employers, but we do actually provide in our funding valuation report what could have happened if we were to compare the unfunded actuarial accrued liability by using a market value instead of the smooth value of assets. So again, as you can see from looking at that number, it is now bigger because remember I said early on, we were deferring the recognition of about $18 million in losses when we use the smooth value of assets. So that's why when we now look at the unfunded actuarial accrued liability using market value of assets, which is, you can see, is smaller by the same amount. So the UAAL percentage is now, the UAAL is bigger and the funding ratio is now smaller. So this is a page where we have taken the assets, have taken the actuarial assumptions, and we actually try to also determine what is the contribution rate requirement. The one item that I want you to pay attention to is that the contribution rate for recommended in this valuation is different depending on which membership groups we are talking about. There are 3 groups in total. We have a general employee group, we have a safety employee group, and we have a probation. The smallest among the 3 groups that we have at the county is the probation group. But if we were to take the contribution rate and also the contribution dollars for those membership groups and come up with a weighted average based on their payroll and the contribution rate that we are recommending in this valuation is about 37.6, 37.7%. So you will notice that there is an increase from the rate that we calculate last year based on last year's demographics, last year's assumptions, and last year's assets, from about 34.2 to 37.6. And again, we would have a page where we reconcile the difference, but most of the difference is attributable to the fact that we do have a actuarial assumption that we changed. Again, I talk about the interest rate assumption, the mortality table assumption, and also a salary increase assumption that we recommend that the Board of Retirement approve. So it is more or less attributable to the tightening up of the actuarial assumptions as a result of that experience study.
So Andy Biggs, back on that slide, if you can go back there, yeah. So it shows that the county's contribution for those different employee groups, the general employees, the public safety, and the probation, are in two of the three cases going up from last year to this year. Probation's going down. Is that because there are so few legacy employees in probation and they're mostly PEPRA employees?
Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons. I think the other reason is that after several years, now we have actually seen an increase in the payroll, the number of active employees, especially the number of active employees hired by the county coming into our so-called non-legacy or the PEPRA tier, the folks who joined the plan with a smaller level of benefit after 2013. And the reason why the contribution rate is going up, even though we have tightened up the actuarial assumptions, we expect even our probation members to live longer. But because we take the unfunded liability amount, that mortgage payment that I was referring to, but we spread it over the payroll of everybody based on how many employees were reported to us at the time of the valuation. So the fact that there was an increase in the payroll, my recollection was about a 15% increase in the payroll among the probation. Every time we take the same amount of UAL contribution and when we spread it over a payroll base, which is actually going up faster than what we expect, that's really accounting for the reason why, in spite of those tightening up of the assumptions, in spite of the investment losses, probation actually have experienced a small rate reduction. So it's people coming in at a lesser formula, as Chairman Jarity has referred to, and maybe more importantly, because we have seen an increase in the number of probation members reported to us in the 2020 evaluation.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry. Okay, so let's take a look at the experience for 2020 before we actually see how that translates into increase in the UAL as well as the contribution rate requirement for the employer. And I think as I alluded to early on, because this valuation was a snapshot based on the results from the June 30, 2020 valuation, and so especially after the pandemic, I think we have seen this happening to a lot of the systems, including MCERA. The reality is, on the market value of assets basis, the return was 2.8%. And it was lower than the assumed rate of 7% before we actually recommended the Board of Retirement change the assumption to now only 6.75%, starting with the current June 30, 2020 valuation. So in other words, comparing the 2.8% return to the assumption that we have established for ourselves as part of the June 30, 2019 valuation that was at 7%, the plan actually earned less than the assumed rate. Now, as I've indicated early on, but for the valuation, we know that market value can fluctuate, and it did fluctuate from one year to the next. We did not use market value of assets in that valuation, but rather we take any time where we have a where we have an actual return less than the assumed rate. We take the difference and basically smooth it in and recognize that over a scheduled basis of 5 years. So as a result, we do have recognition of at least some, but not all of those losses. So the rate of return that we calculate on the so-called smooth value of assets was 6.2%. So imagine that if we have to use the market value of assets to set the contribution rate, and then you will see in the next few pages coming up, the UAL increase would have been even bigger. The contribution rate increase would have been even bigger. But in this case, because of the smoothing, we only recognize part of the losses. So therefore, the contribution rate is less volatile than it would have been otherwise. But make no mistake, the no free lunch rule basically kicks in. Anytime where we defer the recognition of the sum of losses, that means that we have not fully reflected those losses in the rate setting process. So as a result, there was a loss of about $18 million that have not yet made its way into the contribution rate setting process. And again, as I said early on, when we present to you the valuation last time, we were only sitting on a small amount of deferred investment gain. So it was only for about $35,000. So in other words, the value of assets, the smooth value of assets that we use in the valuation was almost identical to the market value of assets. But it was certainly not the case this time around because the difference was $17.7 million. Now, I think even though we're not supposed to take a look at what happened, and we have not taken a look at what happened to the assets in the fund since June 30, 2020. But if I'm not mistaken, and I'm looking at Doris as I make this statement, I know that the fund has actually recouped a lot of those losses. As a matter of fact, when I look at the material that is on the MCERA website, I understand that instead of having an assets which is about $538 million in market value, the market value actually has gone up by almost $100 million as of December 31st, 2020. So I think the market has returned basically all of the losses that we have suffered during the most recent period. So hopefully the market will continue to be strong and we would have better news to report. And I'm really hoping that next time when we present to you this report, this deferred investment losses will become a deferred investment gain. So that's what I'm hoping. And again, until then, I just wanted you to be aware that we were sitting on some market losses. So we have already talked about the market funding status, and we have also talked about the employer and employee contribution rate. So I won't go into that again. So on this page, we have tried to provide to you the reasons why the amount of the unfunded liability have gone up from the last valuation to the current valuation. So if all the in the last valuation, the amount of the unfunded liability was about $219 million, because the county has continued to make payments towards the UAEL, if all the actuarial assumptions were to come true, we would expect the unfunded liability to come down to about $217 million. Now, again, the county, the Board of Supervisors may say, okay, well, wait a second, looks like it's a very small, minimal reduction, considering the fact that there's a lot of contributions that are being paid into the Retirement Association. And this really has to do with the fact that at least in the first maybe 5-10 years, when the UAEL for this primary mortgage, the first mortgage that I was talking about, remember the mortgage I said was set up in year 2012, because it was scheduled to be paid over a relatively longer period, at least the contributions that have been paid by the county and by the special district employers are really just not that sufficient when compared to the interest that we charge on those payments. So which currently the interest rate it was at 7%, and we're now changing that to 6.75. But we do expect, and there's a graph coming up, where the continuation of the payment of the mortgage will happen, and it will happen faster. It will pick up this pace, and we would expect this unfunded liability will be paid off in the next 19 years or so. But until then, it is still a reduction, but not much. So now during 2019-20, we do have a couple of actuarial assumptions which did not come true. Now I talk about the changes in the actuarial assumptions, or as you can see, of the reduction of the increase in the amount of the unfunded liability. The bulk of that is caused by the changes in the actuarial assumptions. And I talk about the fact that the primary cause are due to the recognition that or expectation that our retirees are going to live longer than the mortality assumptions, and also the recognition that over the last several years, the amount of pay increases that the county and the other employers have given to their employees are actually bigger than the actuarial assumptions that we use to anticipate those salary increases from years past. I think my recollection was as a result of some salary survey that was conducted by the county. So I think for the longest time, the county has seen a lot of their employees actually leaving the county so as to receive better pay increases, the right amount of pay increases for their work that the county's employees have put in. So as a result of those surveys to basically pay our employees the right amount of salary. So we now need to basically increase the assumptions that we expect the employees to get going forward. So going kind of hand in hand is the fact that because we are still measuring the salary experience for the county and the other special district employers using the little bit out of date assumptions. So as a result, there were still some actuarial losses when the assumptions are not enough to anticipate those actual salary increase which took place during the course of 1920. Now, early on, I have also talked about the fact that in spite of the assets moving methodology, the rate of return that we have was only about 6% or so. It was still lower than the 7% that we assumed in the valuation from 2019. So as a result, between the three reasons that I've talked about, changes in the actuarial assumptions, which by far has the biggest impact, followed by the investment, followed by the salary increases, and then followed by the salary experience, those three items account for basically all of the increase in the unfunded liability as a result of the measurement that we took in the June 30, 2020 valuation. So this is now a graph of how if I may ask you to just look at the first line, it actually shows you where those amount of unfunded liability, $240 million. So as I have alluded to early on, about half of those amounts were actually due to the original mortgage payment, the first mortgage payment of from 2000 carry over from 2012. Now, since that date, 2012, a lot of these additional unfunded liability have came about because, as you can see, of the assumption and the plan changes, and really because of the assumption changes that the Board of Retirement has made at the recommendation of Siegel. So you can see that all the blues, except for the red, kind of dominate this graph because there were some years where we have some actuarial gains and some years where we have some actuarial loss. So you can always think of those gains and losses working itself out. So the only other items that we are left with are the first mortgage carryover from 2012 and also the secondary mortgages as a result of those changes in the actuarial assumptions. However, make no mistake, those UAL, the entire amount of UAL are scheduled to be paid off, and the year that will be paid off would be around 2038. So I know that at least at the Board of Retirement level, there have already been some questions or some discussions floating around, has to do with the fact that what could be done if there's a desire by the Board of Retirement to actually accelerate. So rather than to wait until year 2038 for those UAL to be paid off, is there any other way that the UAL could be paid off faster? So I know that that's an item that the Board of Retirement is at least interested in talking among the stakeholders, with the stakeholders, and that would be that would not impact the contribution rate that we are presenting today, but possibly have some impact on the results from the next valuation. So at least I want to apprise the board supervisor that that conversation is taking place right now. So whereas on the other page, we're looking at see how the unfunded liability will trend down over time. So this is a companion page, except now we are looking at the payments. The payment amount that you can see is not level. And the reason why this is the case is when we develop the unfunded liability contribution rate, those payment rates have been developed assuming that the employer's total payroll will grow at an assumed rate of 3.25%. So that's really the slope of this curve is every year there's an expectation that the dollar contribution will go up at 3.25%. And you can see that in year 2030, from 31 to 32, that's when the some of the UAL layers will be paid off. So remember I said early on that any secondary mortgages are paid off over a period of 18 years. So we do expect that over the course from 2020 to 2038, so in the course of the next 18 years, there will be some point in time when the contribution rate towards the UAL would be expected to go down. But at least for the next maybe 5 to 10 years, we don't expect that to be the case because as you can see, the contribution dollars continue to expect to go up. Now, one other item that I should have mentioned is that these graphs that I was showing, including the one on page 13, as well as on page 14, deals only with the contribution dollars and the contribution rate that the county is expected and the other special district employers are expected to make to the Retirement Association. Because the Board of Supervisors, and I'm also aware, everybody is aware, that besides these contributions, you're also paying a debt service to some of the pension obligation bonds that you have issued many years ago. I know that some of the bonds, the debt service will go away, but until then, I know that for the county's financing, you always have added on top of the contribution that you will meet into the Retirement Association, the amounts that you also have to pay towards the debt service and the bondholder. So I don't want to be dismissive of the commitment that the county has made in addition to what you have been paying into the Retirement Association, because there are those bonds that are out there that you are making contributions to. And this is a similar page, except now we try to reconcile the change in the contribution rate requirement from the last valuation to the current valuation. Again, I don't want to belabor the point because of the 3.4% increase in the contribution rate, the lion's share of that was caused by the changes in the actuarial assumptions, primarily the expectation that our retirees are living longer, and also to recognize that because of the need to pay our employees, there's a need to change those actuarial assumptions to anticipate the salary increases. And those changes in the actuarial assumptions, together with the investment losses, remember I said even after asset smoothing, we still have not meet the assumed rate of return of 7%. So that has an upward pressure on the contribution rate of 0.41%, and also an upward pressure on the contribution rate because of to recognize the actual salary increases, which actually took place during 2019 and 20 before we measured in the future, the assumption, the salary increases using those high salary increase assumptions. So the net impact is an increase in the contribution rate on the average for the county and the special district 3 employer groups, general, safety, and probation combined, of about 3.4%, which is about 2.5, call it $2.6 million per year. So I think with that, I will conclude my prepared remarks, and of course I would be happy to answer any questions or go through any other pages in the valuation report, any questions that the Board of Supervisors may have for Segal for the June 30, 2020 valuation.
Thank you, Andy. Supervisor McGorty?
Thank you, Andy, for your presentation. It's very thorough. I'm really curious, are you projecting some of the demographic changes with older people retiring, and where are we kind of with the baby boomer group, which tends to be a larger group of retirees and based on the total employment?
Yeah, I think we do expect to see more of our members retiring in the next several years as the baby boomers leave the workforce. So that is why it is so important for us to remind the Board of Supervisors that because we are a funded program, and reason why, unlike Social Security, why we have amassed about $600 million right now, and hopefully it will be even a better number to report at the next valuation, is because we need those funds. We need each and every dollar of those funds. We need to have the employer continue to make payments to the UAL so as to make sure that when those members, active employees retire en masse in the next several years, that there will be enough money to pay for their retirements. So the fact that we do have more retirees, again, this is a phenomenon that is happening not just with MCERA, but really with all the public plans, and for that matter, any private defined benefit plans, that as the pay of retirement fasten during the next several years, that we do expect to see more and more retirees and more employees joining the retiree rank. But that's not something that you need to be surprised. You need to be too concerned about.
Do we have a projection of that cohort and what they look like over the next 5-year period as a percentage of total employees?
We do not have that as part of this report, but it certainly can be something that we can make available.
That would be interesting to know, because obviously that's going to put some stress on the overall fund when it occurs. But I'm guessing it's a sort of a temporary thing in the long run that would change over time.
Right. Yeah. Now, as a matter of fact, even though I don't have the information, I don't have the exact information, but I won't be surprised if the pace of the number of folks that would be joining our retiree rank would go up by about 30 to 40 people each year. So I think the trend will continue, absolutely.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, thank you, Andy, for this presentation. Going back to page 7, my question is, with the UAAL, what was that in 2012? Do you know what the history is of it?
Yeah. What happened was before 2012, we actually, CEGO has been retained by the Retirement Association, the Board of Retirement, just maybe a year or two before 2012. So, but what happened back then was, it used to be that all the unfunded liabilities are lumped together, and there's only one payment that has been made. And if we go back to 2020, before 2012, there was a point when it became necessary, and the Board of Retirement decided to basically refinance the mortgage. So I think before 2012, there was a desire by the Board of Retirement to basically refinance the mortgage. And that, together with the fact that the unfunded liabilities were not tracked separately, I think was the reason why, if you go back to all the previous CEGO valuation report, and maybe even the reports before CEGO was the actuary for the association, you really cannot tell exactly how much was the unfunded liability that was added. But maybe the more important reason why this layer of unfunded liability came about was because there was an effort by the board to basically re-amortize the unfunded liability back then. And basically, instead of paying it down, it was re-amortized and refinanced over a period of 30 years.
No, it was re-amortized over a period of 30 years?
That's right.
So we've gone 9 years down the road. So
that's correct.
So if we were going on a normal, we would be 21 years out, but actually we're 19 years out.
Yeah. It would have been arguably that UAL would almost be paid off had it not been re-amortized.
Okay, and then on page 10, so basically what's happening is that the county has to contribute like $2.6 million to balance this out, to keep us on track. An extra $2.6 million.
That is correct.
And that will come from the general fund?
I think it's a combination of the general fund and other sources that pay for salaries, because it gets spread. So health and human services, to the extent that they're covered with state and federal dollars, the HSA employees will be covered by non-general fund dollars.
Oh, okay. So it's not all coming out of the general fund.
No.
Now, if I may clarify, in addition to the comment made by Chair Jurdy, the other comment that I should have made is these are the total dollar contributions for all the employers. So, of course, the county is the biggest employer in the Retirement Association, but we also have the Cemetery District, we also have the Superior Court. But in total, those dollar contributions, as Supervisor Hatchett mentioned, will have to go up by about $2.6 million, but it's really among all three employers and, of course, the county is by far the biggest employer that will have to contribute to that 2.6 million.
Okay. And just to go back to, well, to go to page 13. So if I'm understanding this correctly, in 2012, this looked like a 30-year amortization slope. And now we're 9 years down the road and we're on a 19-year, or is that an 18-year slope?
Yeah, on a 19-year slope for the red, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So just the way I kind of describe it to people, you know, the pension system, because it's a defined benefit, it's sort of a pay now or pay later, and you're better off paying now than paying later. Because if you hold off, you don't have time for the investments to grow. And so, anyway, you know, the unfunded liability in some respects looks worse when you reform a pension system, when you make more conservative assumptions about investment returns, going historically from an assumed investment return of 8%. Now we've moved decisively to drop it to 6.75. That's more realistic, and therefore it's better for the fund. But then you have to reflect the unfunded liability that generates. But the way I would put it is that unfunded liability was always there. It just wasn't recognized. And because if you believe that you weren't going to earn 8% and that 6.75 is much more realistic. Another question that people will often ask is, well, why can't you earn 8 or 7% with your investments? Well, because we're not putting 100% of our money in, you know, the S&P 500 like some individuals might do, because we have a broad portfolio of some lower risk investments as well as some higher risk stocks. So it's a combination of that portfolio that has to earn 6.75 after expenses of running the pension system, which are not very high. Actually, we keep the pension operational costs pretty low compared to what is allowed under state law. So anyway, as Andy said, you know, no good deed goes unpunished. By reforming the pension system, making it very, you know, as realistic as we can in terms of expected returns on investments, expected life expectancy of the members, assuming that members will live longer, which has been done, I think, with every single actuarial that Andy's firm has done. They've assumed a greater longevity of county employees, which is more realistic. In doing that, it's added to the ledger this higher unfunded liability, but that unfunded liability, in my opinion, was always there. It just wasn't showing up on the ledger. And so what this does, by being as realistic as we hope it is, both the employer and the employees are contributing more each year because it's a more realistic contribution rate, and that hopefully over time we won't have these bad, you know, surprises where there's new unfunded liability because we missed the mark in terms of investment returns. So that's the way I would put it to people. But Andy and Doris will be much more precise in their language.
Yeah, I think I agree with Chairman Garrity. As a matter of fact, every time we present this kind of valuation, we show this kind of a chart. Employer rightly so can ask, okay, well, so do we have, let's say, light at the end of the tunnel, right? So you tell me that in year 2039, right, the UAL will be fully paid off. So what happens in that year, okay? So now I know that assumptions will be looked at every 3 years. We do have actuarial gains and losses. Hopefully we have more gains and losses. But if all the actuarial assumptions were to come true, if no other changes in the assumptions will need to be made, what happened is in year 2039, when finally the last dollar of the UAL, current UAL, is paid off, this is actually a fund where early on we said, oh, the contribution rate requirement, so I'm going to look at that page, is about 38% of payroll right now for the county and the other special district employers. But remember I said early on about this normal cost concept, right? So normal cost is the cost to provide for the current level of benefits. So even though I haven't accounted for the composition of our legacy employees and our PEPPER members with a low benefit formula, but if you look at our valuation report, of this close to 38% of payroll, I would say in air quotes, of course, only about 1/3 or about 12% of the cost is the normal cost. So that means that of the 38% of payroll, 2/3 of this, 2/3 of the $28 million that the county and other special district employers are paying is to pay off that UAL that we saw on the other chart. So again, I know that asking the employer to wait until 2039 is still a long way to go from here to there. But when that day comes, when the final dollar of UAL is paid off, this is really a fund where the contribution rate requirement, again, assuming all the assumptions were to come true and no changes to those assumptions, instead of a 38% of payroll system to run the system, this is actually only about 12% of payroll system. So again, there's just a lot of, I think, good news down the road. It's going to take a while, but we'll get there. And when the unfunded liabilities are paid off, the cost of the plan will be dramatically reduced from the current level.
And another way of putting that would be, had 30, 40 years ago, the county been contributing 12, 13, 14% of payroll towards the retirement system, we would arguably have no unfunded liability. And, they weren't sufficiently funding the pension plan fund in the past, and therefore we have this unfunded liability. And what we're trying to do is to sufficiently fund it at this time so that we're not adding to the unfunded liability for future generations of county residents and county supervisors. Okay, Andy, does that conclude your presentation, Andy?
Yes, it does.
And Doris, do you have anything you want to add at this time?
No, unless you have questions for me, I have no additional comments.
Okay, I'll look to Atlas. Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Any additional board member questions or comments? Okay, I'm not seeing it at this time. Well, thank you. And we are going to take a break then and resume at 5 minutes after 11 o'clock and meet with CAL FIRE.
Thank you.
So now we're going back into open session at 5 minutes after 11. And I want us to stay with item 5B, which was discussion of the retirement contribution rate. We need to have an action by the Board of Supervisors to accept the Mendocino County Retirement Association's actuarial evaluation for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020, and to adopt the Retirement Board's recommended retirement contribution rates for fiscal year 21-22 contained within that report. Do we have a motion to do that?
So moved.
Okay. Have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Okay. Alice, can you conduct the roll?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy? Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, thanks. Supervisor McGordy, we were just voting to accept the actuarial report and the contribution rates. Do you want to? The motion right now is 4 votes in favor. Do you want to vote on that motion?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
The
It's
motion
5-0.
carries unanimously.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So now we're going to go to item 6B, correct me, 6A, which is discussion of possible action regarding a presentation from CAL FIRE, Mendocino Unit Chief George Gonzalez on CAL FIRE's fire fuel reduction plans and projects intended for completion in Mendocino County prior to the 2021 wildfire season and beyond. And Supervisor John Hashak is the sponsor of this. Supervisor Hashak.
All right, thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yes, in November, we'd invited Chief Gonzalez to present to the board, what the plans were for CAL FIRE for this off season that we have, the shorter off season each year. And he came and then he presented some of the plans that he and CAL FIRE had. And also he presented some obstacles such as archaeologist and issue, and I've tried to work with them on it. And so also we are looking for a list of the projects that we could access and the public could access to know what CAL FIRE is doing. And so I thought this would be a good time to have Chief Gonzalez, and I'm very grateful for his work and him coming back to present to the board about what their plans are and the big picture, not just this off season, but if there's a grander scale of vision that CAL FIRE has for the county, we'd appreciate to hear that. And if there's any obstacles that we can be working on to help CAL FIRE, do the fuel management and prescriptive burns and those kind of issues that might come up. So with that, I welcome Chief Gonzalez.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Chief Gonzalez was on the line prior to the break. We are working on getting him back on the line now, but he's not currently in the waiting room.
Okay. Hopefully he wasn't called away to a fire call. Supervisor Hashak, do you have sort of some additional information that you want to share with the board in terms of some of the places that you're aware of that CAL FIRE is going to focus on in Mendocino County this pre-fire season?
Well, I know that the Sherwood Firewise Council received almost a $500,000 grant, a CAL FIRE grant, and I know that CAL FIRE has received more funding from the state to give out more of these grants. And so I was hoping that Chief Gonzalez would have a vision about where other places, we're working on the Sherwood corridor from Willits up to almost Slaytonville. But if he had other places that he could envision, for like the Western Hills in Ukiah or the Eastern Hills in Ukiah, some of those areas where we have a lot of urban wildlands interface, and if he had some ideas about that. And the last time I talked to him, he said that they had received some go-ahead from the state to hire more archaeologists. And so I'm hoping that that issue is resolved and that we can speed up some of these prescriptive burn projects that he had told us about in November.
Okay, thank you. Just looking at the other supervisors, are there other fire preventative measures that you're aware of that are taking place in the county? Supervisor McGordy?
There's always a small number of kind of control burns that are being done by ranchers, and scheduling them to not impact air quality is an issue. And in this season, they're going to have to be completed early. But that statewide, that's starting to become more of a move. We're returning again to burn associations in different parts of California, especially Humboldt County has an active program where ranchers and neighbors get together to burn off pastures that have particular weed infestations, as well as underbrush in some of the forest areas. So I expect Mendocino County's activity to pick up in the coming year or two, and it would be interesting to hear from Chief Gonzalez if he is aware of or working with anyone on that. I also suspect the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District is working on that as well.
Supervisor Morin.
Sure, Supervisor Jurdy. So we actually have a presentation by the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council on our agenda for today, and they, I think, will describe some of the work that they're doing regarding their chipper program. I wondered if Chief Gonzalez wasn't on yet, if we wanted to move to a different item or presentation.
We certainly could do that, yeah. So let's see.
Chair Jurdy, we have made contact with CAL FIRE, and they are currently working on getting Chief Gonzalez reconnected. It appears that they had some sort of connectivity issue.
Okay. So Supervisor Mulhern, yeah, the item 5E, the presentation from Resource Conservation District, it's scheduled for this afternoon, and I'm not sure if there's someone available at this time in the morning session for that.
Chair Jurdy?
Yeah.
Maybe we could do our supervisor reports while we're waiting.
Sure, go ahead, Supervisor Hashtag.
Okay, well, we had the MCOG meeting yesterday. Let's see, Supervisor Williams and I, as the ad hoc, met with CDFA and also CDFW. The Measure B meeting last month, there was concern that they weren't getting the information about items that were being brought to the board beforehand, and so that they could chime in if need be. And so they wanted better communication on issues that were being brought to the board concerning Measure B. And then we had a first 5 meeting, and I just want to let people know that Deputy CEO Steve Dunnicliffe and I have been working with Mendo Recycle and the Round Valley Indian tribes to try to get a CDBG grant, yes, to help clean up the Round Valley area as far as blight, as illegal dumps, the trashing of cars there, and try to make it so it's an ongoing project and it's sustainable. So we're looking at some infrastructure changes too at the transfer station, and we'll be bringing forward an MOU to the board on the 20th between the county and the Round Valley Indian tribes, because it's a collaborative effort in this approach. So I just wanted to give a heads up to the board on that.
Thank you for that. And if I could just follow up on the Mendocino Council of Governments Transportation meeting yesterday, there is just under $1.6 million that'll come into the county, to the cities and the county for transportation projects. And the board is asking for those funds to be distributed on a formula basis. So the cities and the county will receive a basis based on a formula, and we should know what those dollars are going to the county and the cities by the May board meeting. So we'll know pretty soon, as the money should be spent potentially this construction season. Any other supervisor reports? Supervisor McGordy? Supervisor McGordy, audio is off.
We did have an application for the hemp working group, and we have tentatively approved someone to do a small planting in the Laytonville area that's isolated and has pretty good qualities for preventing pollen from moving off-site if that should happen. And the growers seem to be experienced enough, so we'll at least sort of test pilot one planting perhaps this season if everything goes right. The other thing I wanted to bring to your attention is in your board packet, there is a letter from that we're sending to the Board of Forestry concerning new fire regulations. And RCRC has kind of brought up the concerns about new rules that would make it very difficult for any new building or rebuilding on a lot of our rural roads here in Mendocino County, because the Board of Forestry is setting pretty stringent new standards on road construction for access. And while I understand the importance of fire safety and their ability to get in, it would also kind of make it difficult for a lot of the rural counties to improve our housing stock in unincorporated areas where we may be trying to do infill. So that's why it's on the consent agenda, because I think it's important for us to basically tell them slow down a little bit and get some more feedback, because they're really moving through very, very quickly, and they haven't been in a real bargaining mood for taking input from different organizations. So RCRC suggested that we support a slowdown a little bit on them adopting new rules. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Moore.
Sure, Chair Judy. Yesterday we met as LAFCO, and the City of Ukiah is working on several annexations, and it seems as though the barrier most commonly represented from being able to move forward with those is a lack of a tax sharing agreement. So I'll be bringing forward to the board, this board at the beginning of May, the agenda item for creating a tax sharing ad hoc, and I expect that the cities will also be having a similar action taken up on their boards.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
I'm good.
You might want to mention the successful Casper event held last Friday that you helped lead the organization of.
Yeah, we had a second dose clinic in Casper, and I think we're all ready to do another first dose on the coast as soon as supply allows.
Okay. All right, great. It looks like Chief Gonzalez is on the line.
Good morning, everybody. How's it going?
Great.
Good.
Excellent. Did everybody receive the 2021 project list from CAL FIRE? No, I'm seeing those. Okay, I can definitely get that to you. What are we looking for as far as timeframes?
Well, I think Supervisor Hashtag put this on the agenda. I think we're just looking to see if there's any input that you're seeking or just to share information with us about where CAL FIRE is looking to lead either through grants or through their own work, some fire prevention this pre-fire season.
Okay, sounds great. I have all that information for you. Currently, we have about 13 projects, VMP projects scattered throughout the county. They range in status from temporarily on pause due to the Fish and Wildlife Migrating Bird Act and bird nesting to just completed, such as bridges out in the Philo Yorkville area where we completed about a 500-acre control burn. We have another 450-acre control burn planned northwest of Ukiah. That should be next week. We have a 7-mile project in length that's going to be a fire break, and it's going to be on BLM property in the area of the Vichy Springs, Cow Mountain area, which is going to be a critical corridor for us to secure. We're working with BLM, as we have been for the past several years, and they've secured funding. We're going to secure the staffing, and that'll be our priority to get that complete. We have Sherwood Road. We have Golden Rule, the access road adjacent to 101, which was a holding point in the 2017 fire siege. Brushy Mountain is ongoing. Shamrock Ranch, we have a VTP, and we have contracted outside of the department for the archaeological review, which is a big thing. I believe our first meeting at the beginning of the year, we were desperately seeking ways to see how we could get archaeologists to review our CEQA, to review our VMPs, and we finally figured out a mechanism to do that. So we do have that one out at Sonoma State. And we have one coming up at Hopland Research. We're working with them. That's under a 10-year contract. And that's also 4 different fuel types. So we'll be able to do that scattered throughout a 12-month process. Covelo is going to be a fairly large, complex one where you have, I believe, in total 5 land owners. And we've been working on that. And that one is sent out to Sonoma State as well to have them complete the ARC review. And all the infrastructure for Mendocino County itself, all the radio repeaters, all the mountaintops have been cleared and maintained. And the Governor's Project west and east sides of Ukiah, those are probably the most visible ones we have throughout the county. And those weren't actually true VMPs. Those were a temporary program that lasted 12 months. So we had to start the process over again, get the VTP process going, and we should have those completed by this fall. So we can continue with that on a long-term progress and a long-term treatment. Again, those are the real quick overviews of the 13 projects. We have our hands full. We have some pretty exciting ones, such as that BLM one on the east side of Ukiah. Our winters, our fall, winter, and spring for the next several years, at least while I'm still here, is going to be similar to this. It's going to be packed with vegetation management projects for this county. Our role as far as the fire department, and preventative measures will be the priority for VMPs in the fall, winter, and spring months. Obviously, during the summer, we have other priorities such as fire, but I want a real clear definition, and I'm able to tell the Board of Supervisors today that our approach, our dedication will be heavily on VMPs through those months. On March 10th, CAL FIRE released the grant application process, and we have $317 million available for grants available to the public. They range from forest health and research, the Forest Legacy Program, and fire prevention. Under fire prevention, we have fire breaks, CWPPs, information education, things like that people could apply for. The big thing with the grant system is that the deadline is May 19th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So everybody has to have their applications in by May 19th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. With that being said, it's fairly a simple process. If you go to fire.ca.gov, there's actually a tab that has grants, and click on the tab and it'll walk you through the steps. And essentially there's 3 main steps in your application process. You get a tracking number, you get the application, and you give a descriptor of what your project is and how it behooves the entire community and how it could be used by all members of the community in the state. So in a nutshell, those are the big things that CAL FIRE has going on and what we have going on locally. I will finish, and I'll be open for any sort of questions. I will let you know that CAL FIRE Mendocino unit has received additional staffing above and beyond our traditional staffing that we've had for the last almost 100 years here in this county. We have additional firefighter hand crews. We have the California National Guard crew, and we will be getting CCC crews. And in total, we have approximately 100 more firefighters than we've ever had that we'll be utilizing in different fashions for fire protection this summer. We do expect to take receipt of our Firehawk by the end of May, beginning of June. And that was a purchase of $24 million by the state as well. We will be housing the Blackhawk, I believe in Ukiah in the evenings until we get a warehouse built for it, large enough for it. But it will spend its afternoons, its daytime afternoon at headquarters available for initial attack. With that, are there any questions?
Supervisor Moore.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I look forward to seeing the written version as well. Could you tell me again what you just said? The Black Hawk helicopter is different. Is it different from the other one that you mentioned? And are those one's going to be in Willits and one's going to be in Ukiah, or they're both going to be in Ukiah?
So great question. And I'm sorry I haven't met you personally. We have about 50% of the board that's brand new. So the second all this COVID stops, I will be back down there bugging you guys every Tuesday. But great question. We are retiring our fleet of Vietnam era Hueys, which have worked extremely well this whole time. However, as you know, fires have changed since 2017 through now. And to meet the new demand, we needed a more powerful, bigger helicopter that could carry more water. And we are finally taking delivery of 13 Firehawks. They're former military looking Blackhawks, but they're built for us. They're Firehawks. And we have 13 that will be implemented throughout the state. And Mendocino should be receiving theirs just before fire season. And it will be up at headquarters on the Willits grade. We just have to build accommodations for it to make sure it can land there safely and house it, things like that. But for example, our current helicopter top speed is 120 miles an hour, and it carries a 280-gallon bucket that drops on fires. And the new Firehawk cruises at 180 miles an hour, tops out well above the old Huey. It could double the crew from what we have currently, 7 7 firefighters to 14. There's enough space available. And it carries 1,000 gallons of water with it, which again, our former Huey could only carry 280. So it is quite advanced. We're looking forward to using it, and hopefully we don't have to use it on any fires this summer, but if there is a fire, we'll be ready.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jurdy. Well, thank you, Chief Gonzalez, for being here with us this morning, and I appreciate your work, as always. One question about the list of the 13 projects. Is there a place where the public can go see it? Do you have a website where it's listed?
We don't have a website, but that's not to say I can't give you a list, and that's not to say I can't publish it on our social media accounts for CAL FIRE Mendocino unit. And yeah, I could definitely do that.
Okay, that would be good. Thank you. And then, you know, with the CAL FIRE grants, you know, there's a lot of FireWise councils in the area that are interested in doing something, but they don't feel like they've got the capacity to be the lead agency in running the grant. And so do you have any ideas on what we can do to kind of create a infrastructure so that we can help these FireWise councils apply for the grants? And, you know, I know Mendocino County FireWise Council does a great job, but, you know, we're looking for greater capacity always, right?
Yeah, as we are, I believe if we get a consolidated effort working under the Mendocino Fire Safe Council, if we get all the local councils to list maybe their priority projects to the county Fire Safe Council, prioritize them, and operate as under one umbrella, under the fire safe side of it through the county. Right. You will have a organizational structure there, and we'll be able to I'll be able to work with maybe the Mendocino Fire Safe Council instead of 13, 14, 20, 50 little local councils. And we could prioritize it, and it should allow everybody to share resources, share grant information, which is the big one really, and to apply the grant and or the thought concept, the work over a county system or a county-wide thought process versus specific neighborhoods. And my example would be if there is a thought process of a fire break in Vichy Springs, well, maybe there's other 3, 4, 5 neighborhoods that could use a fire break that are equally as important. If we get all that information and apply it under one grant, we might have the ability to be more successful that way.
Mm-hmm. And you know, we've seen the Western Hills and, you know, the now Eastern Hills of Ukiah and Sherwood Road we were talking about earlier. And do you have an idea for, like, you know, in your dream world to make the county safer, what would you see as potential projects for the future? With unlimited resources, you know, all those, the wish list.
The wish list would be to have a fire break around the entire county, and then to do the same thing with, you know, around each and every single community. And it would be the same thing, you know, within each and every single structure within everybody's property. How realistic is that? How legal is that? I don't think it's there. I think for us to be able to take the bigger projects like the west and the east side of Ukiah, and now that 7-mile project from Vichy to Cal and running north and south there to prevent wildfires from coming from like the Lake County over and then vice versa. Same thing on the west side of Ukiah, thinning some of the forests, ensuring some of the road systems have the sides of the road mowed and or cleared enough where if there is, you know, small fires, we can contain them quickly, things like that. I think it's, I think in small steps, it's doable to do some of the priority projects. We are getting good grants. The county, the fire safe councils, everybody is on board and starting to move within this new system. I think it's just going to be a matter of time.
Well, I'd just like to say again, that work that we all did on the Furco Road up north of Willits was crucial in combating the oak fire, and certainly probably saved lives in the Brook Trails area. So I really appreciate, the effort that CAL FIRE put in to make sure that that was completed.
Yeah, that was an amazing project. The Sheriff's Department, PD, Caltrans, everybody that worked on the escape routes. Out of my 28 years in CAL FIRE, 30 in the fire service, that evacuation was pretty stinking flawless. We could all do better, I'm sure, but that was pretty impressive. Very happy, very glad of all participants that participated with that. That was the model that we're looking for the county. And a little side note, I will be working with Sheriff Kendall here to start getting PSAs out to the county. Anything we could do to put, if we need to have additional Board of Supervisors meetings, additional presentations, I have high concerns for this summer, grave concerns for the summer as far as fire activity. Fish and Wildlife implemented a low flow on the Russian River a few months ago because of the lack of rain, which meant nobody could fish on the Russian River. And right now the river is, 2 or 3 feet in areas where it should be about 7 or 8. So if you and the Board of Supervisors are willing, if we can start inundating the county with public messaging, fire safe standards, prevention efforts that every civilian could do outside of the grant system, outside of mowing the lawns, everything like that. If we could all work together, which we have been, and just inundate the county in prevention efforts. I have concerns for this summer, lack of water, lack of rain, and last year, unfortunately, Mendocino County saw the first giga fire in the state of California. California has never seen a fire over 1 million acres, and we had it right here in our backyard. That's part of the reason, or I'm sorry, if you go back to 2017, during the October siege, we hadn't experienced anything like that in this county either. So my number one priority from 2017 was to start redirect our staffing, redirect our tactics, our strategies into prevention. And prevention is going to assist all of us at some point, some way. So if we could do more prevention efforts as CAL FIRE, as the county and local government, that's what we're doing. I'm full steam ahead with my personnel, and that'll be our priority for the fall, winter, and spring months. But we're gonna need everybody's help this year. Information and education for all citizens of Mendocino County.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McGorty.
So Chief Gonzalez, I really applaud your recognition that prevention is probably worth investing in. And we have to remember that we live in a fire climax ecosystem, which means it's designed to burn. And we haven't done a lot of burning because of air quality concerns. So I noticed that you have a couple of large control burns on your agenda. So are you doing that on your own, or are you working with landowners to accomplish it as part of your crew?
Great question. Those are all part of landowners under the vegetation management program. And there is a ton of stipulations from Fish and Wildlife to CEQA to ARC review that we do have to meet. But these are some of the successful projects that we've done and met all the standards. And we've gone through that process, which roughly has been taking about 18 months or so. But yeah, we have been going through the department on that, and that is in cooperation with either property owner or property owners, plural. But that's what we've been doing lately. And we're doing them, obviously, in priority areas that we think would be beneficial. and we start with those projects first. No project is necessarily out of the door, but we do lean towards fire breaks in critical areas, tactical areas. And yeah, California is made to burn. Prior to 17, locally, we hadn't really seen too many large and damaging fires. We'd get a large fire every couple of years, as Supervisor Williams, former Chief Williams, can attest to. We'd get fires, but nothing like what we have been receiving here in the last couple of years. Every square inch of Mendocino County is ready to burn. We've already experienced several out of control burns in the last few weeks. We're starting to hire. We've started our first round of hires yesterday, and we will continue to hire every 2 weeks, probably through almost July, until we get all of our staffing on board.
And then just kind of another question, what is the probability of having C-130 X-wing planes stationed here in Ukiah?
Great question. For the C-130, with the current runway, the way I understand it is the current runway at Ukiah isn't long enough for the C-130. However, it is long enough at Sonoma Air Attack Base. So in times of need, it could be moved up to Sonoma, and or once they're airborne, they're so fast that from Sacramento to here, it isn't that long of a trip either. But we do have our S-2T tankers out of Sonoma Air Attack Base. We will have them again, and we will have, instead of the Huey, we at some point we will switch over to the Firehawk, the S-71 Firehawk, and that should help us out as well. And just since you asked a great question, I'm not sure that everybody knows, but CAL FIRE drew circles around every square inch of the state of California, spheres, aerial spheres. And those spheres were created so our aircraft can reach any square inch of California within 20 minutes. So they're 20-minute spheres. So no matter where the fire is in California, our aircraft will be there within 20 minutes. The C-130s that we currently have the ability to contract with are staged in certain airports where they could land and take off and be refueled. CAL FIRE has and is working with the federal government for our 7 C-130s that should be online, maybe, hopefully, possibly at the end of this year or early next year. But the big difference for us this year is going to be the Firehawks. Much quicker, much more powerful. Don't quote me, but it's like 2 or 3 times more horsepower than our 1,800 horsepower Hueys that we have. So we do have an impressive aerial fleet. It's just Mother Nature that's dealt us piggyback drought years. And as far as CAL FIRE, as far as our unit, we've increased our initial alarm assignments. What used to be traditionally, if we receive a 911 call of a fire, we used to send the 5 engines, an air tanker, dozers, and crews. We are now sending the same stuff plus additional engines. We'll have more fire crews, things like that added, just to give our resources a chance to put a fire out.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, besides the PSAs discussed, what can the board do to support your efforts?
Great question. I think I'll work with Sheriff Kendall on the PSAs, and I think if the board receives or hears any information that may not sound right, I think if the Fire Safe Council maybe contacts you with whatever they may have, just know I'm a resource. I'm here for you. I could definitely be here. To answer your question, I don't think there's anything yet other than there has to be something somewhere that somebody will think of. And you are my counterparts, so I very much enjoy working with you. So any information that you have, please pass it along. I'll do the same thing, and then we'll tackle this between Board of Supervisors, the sheriff, and CAL FIRE, and we'll inundate the county with messaging. Thank you, though.
Thanks for the collaboration.
Absolutely.
Chief Gonzalez, as you know, PG&E has been creating a bigger defensible space around their power lines that run through the county. Primarily last year, they worked in the 101 corridor, but they also had a few sections on the coast. I think they worked on the Highway 20 corridor to Fort Bragg, and then also at least some areas near Simpson Lane, Mitchell Creek area, because it's a large population area with just one road in, one road out, and they have power lines that run up Highway 1. Just when you drive along Highway 1, as you know, there's a number of dead, largely pine trees along the coast. You know, I'm not a forester. I don't know if that's an extra high fire hazard. It looks like one, and so some of that's obviously beyond the zone along the power lines, but that PG&E is addressing. Is there a way through these grants or through CAL FIRE's staffing to kind of evaluate what looked like a significant number of dead trees along the coast, and see if that's a kind of a unique fire hazard that needs to be addressed, maybe outside the normal work that you're doing?
Yeah, and that's a great point. That is definitely a possibility through the current grant system. And essentially, if you go to fire.ca.gov, click on the grants link, it can walk you through the application process. And my suggestion to something like that would be if there's a local Firewise community or a local council that reports to the Mendocino Fire Council or a local fire district, because essentially what it has to have is ownership. We have to have somebody that owns the property. And then if it is a property that you could do work on, such as a easement for a county or a state road or something like that, then we could use the CAL FIRE grant system to get monies for projects to be carried out for that type of scenario.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you.
Okay, do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks, Chief Gonzalez. You're always available, and we appreciate that so much. And thank you, Supervisor Hashak, for setting this up.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Gonzalez. Really appreciate it.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate all of you. And I'm willing to do this again, maybe another update in a month or two if the board's interested.
Yeah, I think we would.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate your efforts.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Have a good day.
Okay, so it is 11:50, just about. This actually covers our items for this morning. We have a fairly full closed session lunch hour. Looking to perhaps the CEO to, do we think we can handle another agenda item before we go to lunch?
Chair Jurdy, actually, I think it would be good to break now. When I look at these items, I don't think there's a 10-minute item here. Okay. So the board just has an additional 10 minutes. You're going to have a working lunch. So we could just go in early.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. Well, then we'll adjourn from open session and go into closed session in the next 5 to 10 minutes. All right. Thanks. of closed session on several items, and I'm going to look to the County Council to report out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board met on the agendized items and direction was given to staff on each item.
Okay. Next, we have on our agenda item 5C, which is acceptance of a presentation from Mendocino Fire Safe Council, Coastal Valley Emergency Medical Services, Planning and Building Services, Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, and Mendocino County Department of Transportation regarding projects for strategically investing one-time Pacific Gas and Electric disaster settlement funds, and the sponsor is the Executive Office.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. Thank you. And thank you to all our presenters today. I would just like to open up by saying that obviously we received our PG&E settlement dollars last year. With everything going on with the pandemic and knowing that we were close to the end of the year and a new term for the board, the decision was that we would wait until after January to bring this issue forward to the board so that the new board then could make decisions around the PG&E dollars. So we did discuss the PG&E dollars, and this board directed that we move forward with the presentations from different county departments and community organizations that have expressed their need and or possibly were impacted by the fires that gave us this settlement or that provided this settlement. So we're starting today. This is the first. We anticipate there'll be at least 3 presentations to the board based on the interest by our departments and their needs, and also community-based organizations. So this item today is for the board to receive presentations, and our hope is that we will be able to schedule in the very near future 2 more presentations of additional county departments and community-based organizations that have expressed an interest in getting some of the PG&E allocation. So today, again, is just presentations. We're hoping that at the end of 3 sessions that the board will have enough information, or at least you'll be able to ask the presenters to come back with information so that you can make the best decision for the PG&E dollars. What you don't have in front of you is any request from our budget team to allocate some of the PG&E dollars into reserves. We will be coming forward also with a recommendation, again, to allocate some of the PG&E money into county reserves. Since we know that this year and next year we look pretty good, we don't know what the future holds after that. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Deputy CEO Darcy Antle. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. We are going to start our quick presentation. I'll do a quick overview of the funding strategies that we are putting forward to you today. Again, this is for the $22 million that the county was allocated for the disaster settlement. Again, this is the first of 3 or 4 informational sessions. Today, we will be starting with Mendocino County Fire Safe Council. They are bringing forward some annual costs as well as a one-time funding ask. Mendocino County Emergency Services, Coastal Valleys, has 7 objectives they would like you to consider. Mendocino County Sheriff's Office Emergency Operations Center is bringing forward a facility evaluation for an EOC. Mendocino County Department of Transportation is bringing for 4 one-time funding requests for you. And Mendocino County Planning and Building Services is bringing forward 5 options for you to consider. Before turning this over to the Mendocino Fire Safe Council, there has been an email request from a member of the public regarding cleanup of the Mariposa Park. I would like to say that that park is on the radar of the recovery team, as it has been since the fires of 2017. The recovery team continues to look for grant fundings that would support the cleanup efforts. The recovery team will work with the Parks Division of CSA and the fiscal team to present a proposal at a future board meeting regarding the parks. So at this time, I would like to turn over for presentation to the Mendocino Fire Safe Council, Scott Craddy.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to kick off this unenviable decision-making process that's in front of you all. Avoiding disaster is far less expensive and a lot more pleasant for everyone than cleaning up after it. The Mendocino County Fire Safe Council's efforts are squarely aimed at maximizing mitigation results by maintaining a small as-needed staff, leveraging common resources across projects, and maximizing the use of volunteer community effort. As such, our operations are an appropriate, if not ideal, use for some of these funds.
Excuse me, Scott, did
Yes.
you want to share your screen with your presentation?
I assumed we can even go without the presentation. I'll just
Okay.
talk. We have
Okay,
some slides.
the presentation is attached to the items.
Okay. It is hugely expensive. Forest management is super important, but hugely expensive and not necessarily a good thing to try to fix nature. If we could somehow remove enough fuel from the forest to ensure there would be no wildfires, it probably wouldn't be a good thing in the long run. And since we will always have wildfire, we must always be prepared for it. And the biggest and easiest payoff in terms of saving lives and property in wildfire is to focus on and facilitate having our homes hardened with solid defensible space and ingress-egress. So I'm going to present to you 4 propositions for dealing with that fundamental issue. And before I do, though, I just want to mention that the work is ongoing. While we are in a wildland interface, the need is never going to stop. So while funding for a year is important, it's not a solution. And this larger pool of funding presents a rare opportunity to create a more long-lived impact, so that each of these proposals I'm making is scalable, both in scope and duration. You can fund it for a little bit for a year, or you can fund it for a lot, depending on the impact you want to have and how many years you would like it to cover. Proposal 1 is simply to provide base funding to maintain a stable and effective county fire safe council. With base operations funded, we're not locked into a mode of scrounging for survival. All of our energy goes directly into projects that are on the ground, into bringing resources together. It provides a consistent staff that we can leverage across all of the projects, and it allows us to stay focused on important issues between grant cycles. We also gain the freedom to act where we're needed, like is happening right now. Concurrently, we're spending time working on disaster relief relative to the snowstorms that happened, and helping coordinate, hopefully the weekend after next, bringing in a large relief volunteer crew. Those are things that aren't grant funded, that only having base funding allows us to be able to jump in and help with. At our current levels of operation, base funding is about $120,000 a year. If you wanted to lock in base funding for 10 years, $1.2 million from the grant would buy you more than 10 years, even at a minimal return of, say, 3.5% through the Community Foundation. If we put the money there, you'd actually be sustaining the program for 12 years. And again, the size and duration of what you want to lock in terms of an enduring benefit for the county just depends on how much you're willing to put in. 3 other projects I'll mention quickly, also well deserving of locking in long-term support. One is senior low-income defensible space. We trialed that last year and did an initial 48 homes. Looking at county demographics, we estimate there are as many as 2,500 homes in the wildland interface that are owned by lower income folks that are senior and or disabled. So it's a huge number of homes in the county that are going to be an ever increasing danger for themselves and for their community because they can't afford and can't do the work to do defensible space that's needed. And we estimate that it costs about $1,300 to do a home, so $2,600 to do 200 annually. Again, flexible depending on how much impact you want to make. Chipper Days is another thing that could use ongoing funding. It's an awesome community organizing tool and inspiration. Our friends up in Marin have found it so useful that the Marin Fire Safe Council now has a $1 million budget just for Chipper Day operation each year. And one of the reasons they're doing that is that they've found that 86% of the people who are using that chip per day service report that they wouldn't have done the defensible space clearing without it. So it inspires people to clear neighborhoods, and it produces a whole bunch of free work and multiplies your mitigation dollars. And a day of community chipper service is roughly $1,500, so $150,000 a year would buy you 100 days of community work. I mentioned quickly that for both of those things, we have an excellent partnership going with the Hoffman Band of Pomos that's doing some job creation there and some job training. And with steady funding from the county, that enables us to keep those crews going and maintain a quality program that we can't maintain with the boom bust cycle of depending on landing the next grant to do those things. Finally, I would point out that another great place for some funding is the abatement program that the county just adopted. We've provided the framework for doing abatements so that we have the capability to go out and make clearing happen for the people that are not going to get it done in any other way and that are being a danger to themselves and their neighbors. A house on fire next to you is probably is one of the most likely things to cause your house to catch on fire. So it's incredibly important, and the county could use funding to staff that, and for that, the county would be better to look internally than to me to figure out how much that would cost. But it's an important priority for us as well. If any of those things end up being important enough for you to consider using these fundings, I would be more than happy to dig into the economics in detail and at any scale. And I would just close by saying that we've not launched a campaign to get public support for these proposals, but I have no doubt that we could do a resounding one. So if it becomes important at the end that you get public weigh-in supporting any of these things, please just let us know, and we can certainly make that happen. And that's the end of my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you, Scott. Before I go to the other supervisors, I just want to say that under your leadership, the Fire Safe Council's really ramped up its services. I hear nothing but praise for the Fire Safe Council from everybody throughout the county that I talked to. So I just wanted to pass that along to you. Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, Scott. So thank you for presenting, and your proposals all seem reasonable and well thought out. I'm curious too, though, with the state supposedly ramping up funds for fire safe issues. Are you seeing that yet? What's kind of the status of state money?
As you heard earlier today, there are certainly a couple of CAL FIRE grant opportunities that are coming up, and we've been working with the county to jointly develop proposals for those that will bundle a lot of that. So a chief part of my mission is that since we've gotten support for the county, it is at the top of my list to land as many resources for the county as conceivably possible. And we will be going for all of those in part for these same projects, which we may or may not get it though. And to the extent that we do, and we also have support locked in, then we just do more of it. If there's not going to be enough funding, I have faith we'll land some of that funding, but certainly not enough to cover the need in the county.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Scott at this time? Okay.
Great. Thanks for the attention.
All right. Thank you, Scott. Okay. And who is next?
So this is Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Next, we will be going to Jen Banks, Coastal Valley EMS Services. Would you like to share your screen, Jen?
Yes, thank you, Darcy. Give me just 1 minute here. Okay, we should be sharing our screen for our presentation. Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, members of the board, and CEO Angelo. I'm Jen Banks, your Emergency Medical Services Coordinator. I'm also joined today with Becky Emery, Social Services Director, and she also serves as our County EMS Liaison. So I'm going to begin with a brief overview of our EMS system to provide some quick education to the public and our new board members. Coastal Valley's EMS agency serves as the regulatory function of our EMS system, also known as our local EMS agency. We plan, implement, evaluate, and support the local county EMS system. And in doing that, our LEMSA responsibilities include the following, but aren't limited to: certifying entity for our EMTs. We permit all of our ambulance providers. We accredit all of our paramedics, our licensed paramedics within the state of California. We provide designation of specialty care hospitals. We do policy development and implementation. We provide medical control and quality improvement to all emergency response calls. And we're also the disaster medical response liaison during disasters for the county. So in Mendocino County, we all know it's a very large county with a massive response area. We respond to every emergency call for service using very limited resources. Our current system survives because of the dedication of our local fire and EMS service partners. So to start, CAL FIRE, Howard Forest Dispatch is our contracted dispatch service provider. They provide all consolidated EMS and fire dispatch in Mendocino County. And then this next slide represents all of our fire service providers. I'd like to just note that those agencies that you see on the screen in blue are also transport service providers, and they do provide EMS service transport within Mendocino County. Within some of those fire agencies, some are basic life support transport entities. Basic life support are EMT level of care, or basic life support care, which entails rapid triage, patient assessment, and transport. Anderson Valley, Covelo, and Elk are all transport agencies providing BLS care to our rural areas in our county. We also have ALS service providers. Currently, we have 7 providers that support EMS transport in Mendocino County. At the ALS level, that's advanced life support, and any advanced life support ambulance in Mendocino County is going to have a licensed paramedic providing care. Paramedics have the capabilities to diagnose care, provide advanced medical interventions. And I just want to note out on this slide, you will see City Ambulance and Cloverdale Ambulance, the bottom bullets. They are neighboring county EMS support that we do receive in Mendocino County. City Ambulance is out of Humboldt County and supports us at that northern county boundary line, as Cloverdale Ambulance supports us at the southern county boundary line. So we also have 3 hospitals that serve as receiving facilities. All of our hospitals work as the Adventist Health Network, but we have Adventist Health Howard Hospital, Ukiah Valley, and Mendocino Coast. Additionally, Redwood Coast Medical Services is our receiving facility in the South Coast part of our county. They are a healthcare clinic, but they do have capabilities to receive patients from EMS transport, treat those patients, and then they can release those patients, saving our residents in the South Coast part of our county a 2.5-hour transport to the closest hospital. When it comes to EMS training available in Mendocino County, we have 2 noted training facilities, Mendocino College and Redwood Coast Medical Services. Both train at the first responder level. They train emergency medical technicians, and they also do continuing education opportunities for all certified and licensed EMTs and paramedics. I'd like to note in this slide, we're very excited to announce that we will be seeing a return of a paramedic education program to Mendocino College the fall of 2021. This is going to be a hybrid program in partnership with County of the Siskiyous. So we've really struggled in Mendocino County with staffing because we lost our paramedic program about 10 years ago. And we're really excited to see this program return, and we really appreciate the support coming in from Siskiyou County to offer that program. So the next couple of slides here are just going to review EMS transport by call volume and by agency. So you can see this information was provided by CAL FIRE. I'd like to thank them for the data. It's included in their annual dispatch report, and it breaks down all of our EMS transport agencies and their total number of EMS transports. And we show a total of 12,186 transports in 2020 in Mendocino County. And with that, I wanted to say it's my pleasure to provide the Board of Supervisors our EMS budget proposal to support improvements to our EMS system in collaboration with our EMS and fire partners. The total proposed budget is coming in at $3.2 million, and I'll break down each item in the next few slides. This is just a bullet point overview of all of the items we are requesting support for, but we'll get into the information starting with Howard Forest CAD upgrades. So CAD integration to our EMS data platform. This would auto-populate all EMS and fire dispatch information into an incident or patient care data reporting platform. It requires extensive mapping support. So that's the integration cost of $62,000, is to bring in the consultants that can actually integrate the mapping into the Northrop Grumman CAD, which is our CAD program for Mendocino County. This does come with a reoccurring monthly cost of $2,000 a month. I've just added into the budget cost coverage for 5 years, but I do want to add we would need to identify ongoing reoccurring costs after 5 years just to meet that $2,000 monthly usage fee. The next slide is requesting funding for 5 years of funding towards our data platform Image Trend. We currently provide Image Trend at no cost to all of our system users, which is pretty phenomenal. And we hope we can continue to do that into the future. Image Trend is our patient care reporting platform. It does all of our license management, Resource Bridge disaster management platform. It also manages our trauma registries with our hospital partners, as well as our stroke registries. Over the years, we've been able to secure funding really because of the partnership between Mendocino County and Sonoma County. And Sonoma County has provided the majority of the cost coverage to support Image Trend in Mendocino County and make it available also to all of our EMS and fire partners in Mendocino County. And on this slide, I just want to identify, these are all of the current Image Trend system users that do use the system at no cost. And it would be extremely taxing on our local healthcare providers, EMS and fire agencies if they had to add this into their current budgets. But as you can see, this is 100% all of our hospitals, our healthcare facilities, our dialysis clinics, EMS partners, fire partners, and air providers. So PulsePoint is a public-facing 911 connected app that alerts CPR-trained citizens to someone nearby a public location having a sudden cardiac arrest event. It also identifies the closest AED in proximity to that cardiac arrest event. Time to chest is absolutely vital in cardiac arrest survivability rates. This connects the public to providing that rapid time to chest care, and other communities that have brought and welcomed PulsePoint into their communities have seen a significant increase in cardiac arrest outcome in survivability rates. So I just wanted to add on the next slide, I definitely recommend spend some time. You can research PulsePoint on the PulsePoint website. But as you can see here, this is just a slide to show you how the app works. You can see the little heart icon there. That is where the cardiac arrest event is happening. So if you're a trained first responder or just a trained member of the public and you get that on your app, you can get to that patient and you can start providing early CPR and possibly defibrillation if the AED is available. I do want to note that this does not send people into private residences. This is a public-facing app only designated for public spaces. The next item is equipment for all of our fire and EMS providers. Although we do well keeping good equipment at hand, we definitely can do better. So this is a proposal for funding for mission critical equipment and supplies for all county fire agencies and EMS transport providers. We went ahead, if you're a non-transport fire agency, we just came up with a base rate to support the additional costs to our fire departments who provide EMS services. And then our EMS transport providers submitted personal invoices based on their own agency needs. So you can see the totals on the screen, and if anybody wants to review the invoices that I received from the EMS providers, I'm happy to share those upon request. Really, the bulk of these requests, as you can see, it's going to be for cardiac monitors, patient gurneys, and a true cost that really impacts our fire agencies is we have to carry EpiPens on every responding resource in Mendocino County. An EpiPen isn't a tool or a type of medication that is used often, but they expire quickly. They only last 1 to 2 years. So with that, the cost to replace an EpiPen can be anywhere between, just varying on the time and the fluctuation in budgets, it can be anywhere between $500 to $1,000 to replace one EpiPen. This is one item that just tax our local fire department budgets, keeping those items available without letting them expire. And then since I've been in my position, I've definitely heard expression from all of our fire agency partners that we just truly lack good training for our fire service partners and EMS partners, ongoing training, sustainable training. So I've created this item just based on that feedback. And what I'm proposing is just a $200,000 education staffing contract to provide an individual that could be on a routine schedule to provide ongoing, consistent training to all of our rural fire and EMS staff and volunteers in the county. Training is vitally important in medicine and in the continuation of good patient care. So this is an opportunity to provide that to all of our first responders who respond to the majority of the fires in our county, kind of giving back to them something that they truly, truly miss. And then hearing that we do have a paramedic program returning to Mendocino College, this next item is focused on an educational scholarship opportunity. Again, we have our service providers that respond to our emergency calls every day. Most in this county are volunteers. And they also responded into the fire zones. So what I'm proposing is to offer 4 student scholarships. It costs about $5,000 to complete a paramedic training program at Mendocino College in County of the Siskiyou. So if we could offer 4 student scholarships over 5 years for $100,000, we could truly give back to fire first responders and volunteers that, you know, really want to receive this education, but they just can't afford to do so. My other thought on this is that by inviting those individuals who live local, who like Mendocino County and who want to work here, we can increase our poor staffing levels by supporting them to become licensed paramedics, and then we increase our availability of staffing within our own county. And the last item I'd like to discuss today is the assessment of or implementation of a JPA, an EMS JPA in Mendocino County. We have over the years, I know I've been to the board numerous times in efforts to establish an exclusive operating area in Mendocino County. We have not been successful in getting that off its feet. So looking from a different perspective, this is just another opportunity. An EMS JPA in Mendocino County, I think is the direction we should explore, and we definitely should try to go that way. But it takes a lot of funding to get a JPA from infancy to activation. So with that, we're requesting the seed funding. And for those of you who've been on the board for years, you've seen our past presentations where the estimated cost would be $1.2 million for startup of a good EMS system. So that's kind of captured in the seed funding. And then I did do some evaluations of what consultant fees would be, and that's what you see there on the screen. I think with the JPA, worthy of note, one of the first improvements we would see to our EMS system is this would really bring together private and public structure. Once we have the gap and we have partnership between our private and our public entities, we'd be eligible for so much more grant funding through those public grant funded opportunities, which going forward could really help us sustain some of the items I previously presented. I've only, made this for a cost analysis for 5 years, but if we can get the JPA up and running and we have a more robust system and better funding opportunities coming into the system, we could really continue to provide the previously mentioned items to our county. So that concludes my presentation. I just want to offer Becky Emery a moment to speak, and we're sharing an office, so excuse me. Oh, thanks. So, good afternoon, members of the board. Becky Emery, I'm Social Services Director, and I work with our EMS team in Coastal Valleys as liaison. I absolutely support this presentation moving forward, and wanted to explain some of the things that we see coming from this is the opportunity that this
program would give with the CAD increasement or enhancements, the image trend, and the pulse point, as well as the JPA partnership that would come from the private and public entities, a stronger application for future grants and sustainable services for Mendocino County, which is key. And the other piece of that is the increased training and opportunities to potentially increase our paramedic pool and thereby increase the ALS support throughout Mendocino County, a much needed resource that we've talked on many occasions that we just don't have right now for Mendocino County. So this is absolutely a great opportunity for us to have long-term impacts in a very positive manner to help the health and well-being of our community. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay, Darcy, do we have any questions for Jen Banks or for Becky?
Just a comment that I fully endorse that proposal. I think it's probably the greatest return on investment, in this case, life-saving. I have it in the same category as the Fire Safe Council, that, the dollar spent, there's no better way to spend the money when we look at return. And then last, the image trend and CAD integration. For those who don't use image trend regularly, Jen, I wonder if you could touch on what that means.
We're unmuted, correct? We're unmuted. So for those who don't use image trends, so of course, I think everybody, when you go to the hospitals now, you know that hospitals are all functional under electronic patient care documentation. So really, we've gone to an electronic platform for all of our patient care documentation in Mendocino County, and that is the program of image trend. So what that truly means is when we respond, if we can get CAD integration activated in Mendocino County, it makes everything live time for all of the responders who respond to that call. So from the moment the call is received at our dispatch center, that information would be auto-populated into the patient care documentation, like the time an ambulance goes en route, time fires en route, time on scene. Anyone responding to that emergency can log into that platform, and as it auto-populates, everybody has firsthand knowledge of what's happening in regards to the patient care documentation. It's very important to provide good medicine for everyone responding to have the same information available at the same time. That's just one. I could go on for hours about the benefits of using our image trend platform. Over the last year, it's really provided a really beneficial training opportunity for all of our healthcare partners. It has been our disaster management platform for managing the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, we have been doing bed pulling in Mendocino County day after day to ensure if we had a surge, we could handle that capacity. All of that has been orchestrated and managed through image trend as well. Would you like me to keep going, or?
No, I think that's good. There's a lot of benefits from having the digital records. I think we've seen that. And yet a lot of our first responders throughout the county are volunteers. And I can tell you, I'm semi-computer literate, and it can take me longer to enter the call information into image trend than the actual call. And so I think one way to maintain rosters is to reduce the burden on first responders, whether they're volunteer or paid. And so, I think I'm really happy to see this in the proposal. I think it's low-hanging fruit that'll make a difference.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I had some questions about the JPA proposal. And who do you see the JPA with? Jen?
So I will defer to CEO Angela if she wants to provide any input on this. We've only entered very preliminary discussions about the JPA and the formation of a JPA and what it potentially could look like in Mendocino County. I think, of course, you have to start with two entities. Right now, we do have buy-in with Mendocino County working with the city of Ukiah to start the foundation and the groundwork for a JPA. With that, our goal is to establish and lay the foundation and get it started. And then any agency in Mendocino County that provides EMS transport services, we've heard it time and time again that they need additional support. We would not force anybody to join the JPA, but if they reach a critical point where they potentially risk closure because of budget issues or staffing issues, they have the opportunity to attach themselves to the JPA for additional support.
And you see this JPA as like cost savings and efficiency down the line? Is that what it would provide?
definitely can't express the efficiencies down the line. I mean, the more agencies in our very large rural county that join the JPA, the more opportunity we have to improve staffing in all of those areas of the county. So right now, all of our licensed paramedics work for specific agencies, so they can only work in that area that that agency serves. Under a larger JPA umbrella, we really improve the potential to move ALS paramedics all around the county because they'd be working under the umbrella JPA structure.
Supervisor Williams.
Okay. Jen, is it foreseeable that the JPA may receive greater revenue for the same service provided as some of the private providers today?
Yeah, I think with that, I mean, the golden ticket in a JPA structure is the potential to receive public funding under grant support. Currently today, we just lack any availability to apply for so many grants that are out there. And so if we can really unite the private agencies with the public agencies, and with that, when I say that, just so everybody understands, the private agency, because MedStar is our primary EMS transport service agency in Mendocino County, they would have the opportunity to subcontract all of their transports. So they would become the subcontracted private entity working under the public structure. And with that, we would have the opportunity to apply for more grants, receive more funding, and then we can build a robust EMS system going forward.
And if I could just add, you know, the paramedic program that Mendocino College is starting is a great move forward. It is with the College of Siskiyous, okay? And I really want to thank Deborah Pollock for working on that and getting that going. So I think that will be great starting in the fall.
I have a question, Jen. So you mentioned two obvious partners, the county and the city of Ukiah. Would this JPA most likely also include the other cities in the county at a minimum?
We would not limit anyone from joining the JPA. Like I said, I mean, we've really had 2 preliminary meetings just to invite discussion on what the potential structure could look like. Kind of piggybacking that on some of the review that was done with the Avarice Group and the Fitch Group in their previous EMS and analytical studies. So like I said, it would be anyone that feels they need additional support for EMS services in the county. We can definitely explore opportunities if they're not a current provider in Mendocino County.
Okay, and would it also, sounds like it could also then include, for example, Adventist Health hospitals in the county.
Absolutely, yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And just finally, when you look at some of the other JPAs that are in the county, they sometimes have kind of adopted fairly broad language so that as opportunities evolve, they're able to take on other responsibilities if the JPA members want it to. So for example, the Mendocino Council of Governments, which was originally set up just for transportation planning, later received direct funding for construction of projects, the ability to program funds. So then it took on that role as well. And then more recently, the state's sending planning money for planning for housing to those regional transportation planning agencies. The JPA was then amended to clarify that it could actually take on that role. So sometimes rather than inventing multiple JPAs, it might be best to have a open vision for what the JPA could take on as needs and funding changes over time. So I just hope that if it's crafted, at least we could talk about it being not so narrow. Even if this is the current vision for the JPA, maybe it could take on other functions as funding becomes available in the future.
Yes, thank you so much for those comments. It is a complete open template, and I would appreciate any feedback and involvement going forward if funding is approved to go this direction.
Okay, all right, thank you. We'll see, Darcy, who's next?
So at this time, we'll go to Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, and I believe I'm turning this over to Sheriff Kindle to start the discussion.
That you are. Thank you very much, Darcy. Chair Judy, members of the board, Mendocino County Sheriff Matt Kindle. I wanted to discuss today some of the some of the challenges that we're facing with the upcoming fire season and with the drought and things like that. We all understand that the PG&E funding was to somewhat try to make Mendocino County whole for the 2017 disaster. And I believe that we all realize that we will never be made whole for that. So the next best thing that we can do is to be better prepared just in case we ever have another 2017 and hopefully avert it. I think that the goals here are pretty simple. We can't control what Mother Nature throws at us, and we can't control disasters. All that we can do is control our response to those. And I think that that was probably the best use that we could take a look at for some funding. I'm going to hand it over to our OES coordinator, Brent Blazer, and we're going to discuss preparations for future emergencies and a dedicated EOC. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, board, for this time today, and the executive staff, of course, for putting all this together. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. So I'm just going to cut to the chase. Really, the two asks that we have, or recommendations we have for funding, would be one, to dedicate EOC facility space, as in building space, to a dedicated, what would become a hot EOC, meaning ready to go. And that dedicating that space to OES so that we can kind of start building that out. Currently, we're in a kind of a quasi state in which we have some space dedicated. The executive staff has done a great job of kind of tentatively making movement towards this objective. However, we kind of still bounce back and forth between facilities over at the Sheriff's Department, the Donovan room, and the new facility space. And then the second ask, of course, is up to $500,000 of PG&E funding in order to retrofit that building space to make it better enhancement of communication and modifications to the site so that it's actually more usable and a better workflow, traffic flow for staff. I apologize, I'm kind of working off of a PDF. So really this ask isn't something new. This is something that the county's been working towards for a long time now. As far back as I can see from documentation is 2006. They started talking about having a dedicated EOC because they realized this was a significant shortcoming. And I can speak from professional experience in which Sonoma County, we almost had to move our EOC operations in 2017. I know looking at the after actions for this county, that the EOC in the Donovan room wasn't sufficient. When I responded out with Lake County, we actually moved the Emergency Operations Center to the casino. And then also when I supported Town of Paradise for 2 weeks as their director, we had to actually move the EOC because it actually burnt over. So Town of Paradise was working out of a CHP building and had some donated space, and actually the fire agency there out in the town. So with that said, this is something that, one, we're seeing as a trend, as a need. And then also, if you look at your 2010 strategic plan, this was actually identified back then, and it's something the county's been moving towards. Additionally, we did an emergency management program assessment over this last year. We're just kind of trying to get our bearings of what we're good at and what we're not so great at, and what we need to make, where we make systematic improvements. And one of the elements under an emergency management program is actually EOC facilities. And if you took a look at that report, you can see that this is something that came up as a critical need or a shortage in the assessment. This assessment was based off of essentially there's two standards, NFPA standards, NFPA 1600, which touches on emergency management, and then of course the emergency management accreditation program, which is under IAEM, which is the International Association of Emergency Managers. So we kind of just worked off of those guidelines, and essentially that's how we came up with some of these recommendations in that report. Looking at it and realizing that we didn't have a dedicated space, then we had to kind of come up with a process in which to actually evaluate what we are using, right? Because there's a huge difference or, level of service that you can provide, say in San Diego, where they built an entire EOC that actually is stabilized for earthquakes and everything else, millions of dollars just building a building versus, what resources we may have here in our county. So essentially I built out a checklist based off of state and federal guidelines or guidances. And really what we're looking at is, these 6 core areas, features being, how many staff do you intend to have and do you have enough workspace per staff? Also, do you have communication equipment and the various types of equipment that should be over there? All of those types of things. Survivability is kind of looking at it from a perspective of what threats do you have in your county, wildfire, flooding, and does that building actually sit in an area in which a threat may be obvious? So, do we have tree lines right up against the potential EOC? What kind of building construction is it? Does it have a flat roof versus, wood or, what type of siding's on the building? Security, you're looking at more of the aspects of providing security to your staff, right? You don't want them wandering out of the building if there's a civil unrest protest going on outside. So you do have camera systems. Do you have an entry control point so that people who are not a part of the county don't just kind of wander in and cause mischief? So do you have an entry control point? Sustainability kind of touches on the aspects of just looking at it from an aspect of, do you have water and power generation? So when we have PSPSs currently, we have to rent a generator for portions of the year. However, you don't know when an earthquake's going to happen, so it would be nice if we had a dedicated generator for the Emergency Operations Center and also co-locate the call center so it always has generation backup also. So you're looking at generation, you're looking at even things like sleeping for staff to have to come in and work continuously. You want to have a work rest cycle, and if you can have a place for them to take breaks and such, that's a great positive. Interoperability is an aspect of, are your practices aligned with local partners, state and federal partners, and then also does the facility allow for integration? And then flexibility, you're kind of looking at if you have to expand, which often when you have a larger disaster, and I think we've seen that here in 17, you have a lot of resources that come to bear. So you have state partners that bring their communication vehicles. They'll actually work out of their mobile command centers, state and federal. And so you want to be able to have a facility in which you can have some space identified for tents outside, for extra meeting rooms, for those command vehicles to be able to slave off of a generator or to provide communication to the building if you don't have it. So you kind of want to have a plan for all that and what that layout looks like. So these were the 6 essentially core areas of the evaluation of an EOC, which then drove us to what are the costs or what changes need to happen. Currently, the building that we're looking at, or what the county executive staff have identified, is sitting right next to the communication or the dispatch center and then the executive building. Right now, it looks like there's essentially a risk manager and a part-time safety officer who works out of there. And then we have some additional staff because of recovery that have kind of moved in and out of there. However, most of the building is already vacant, essentially. And so the ask here is to actually commit it so that we can start making these systematic improvements. And then what we're looking to do with this funding is essentially, you'll notice that this portion of the building in red that's listed as ops, we would want to make that, remove some walls and do some structural re-engineering of the building so that we could have a bigger work areas, so we could have a multi-purpose room. Because when you have an emergency, I think most of our county staff have seen now that a lot of it's about doing breakout planning in smaller groups, kind of just building a better workflow for the building. Also figuring out where the call center would live. So that's identified in black. Some of the storage, and also you need to move over a lot of communication resources. So right now there's antennas on the building over in the the sheriff's training area. There's also systems that a lot of staff aren't aware of, like an operational area satellite communication system that helps or allows us at the county level to communicate with the state. All counties got a system like this. and that requires state support in order to move that system because it's technically theirs. So there's a lot of those aspects. And so what we did here was we just kind of built out a flow chart or a floor plan of what we'd like to see the building become. What I would note is that the OES offices are joined with the EOC, but they're not actually technically part of it. And that's because you have your normal businesses and your office space and your grant management and all these things can't become. This year alone, we had 93 days of emergency operations center being functioning. So you kind of need a separate workspace so people don't come and rifle through things that hopefully they wouldn't be touching. We've also kind of looked at the building from the exterior point of view and said, okay, if we had to, we could set up tents in this area. We could move a mobile command center in and supplement more space, a helicopter place for an HLZ. It's also in a great position that it's located near the dispatch center, which is a critical piece of any emergency response. What I'd like to just kind of point out that within the EOC assessment, there's actually a breakdown of the costs. Really, a bulk of it is right off the top, $50,000 is really just to get the generator and get it hooked up to the building and such. About $100,000 what's estimated for re-engineering parts of the building, getting antennas hooked up, moving communication equipment and such over to the building. So these are all the things that we kind of put into the cost of it, and then of course overage. I would stress that these projects are all scalable and can be done over time. With that said, I'm just going to wrap it up. What I'd like to stress to you more than anything is this isn't just an emergency operations center. A lot of people just look at it as this thing that just sits there. The reality is that it facilitates training, it facilitates partnership. It becomes a resource within the county so that when people want to have meetings, it becomes a great place to do that. It also becomes a resource for our local partners, the cities, to either do training and or host training to do those meetings. So it builds those partnerships. And so it becomes something that gets used all the time. In other jurisdictions, when I had a good functioning EOC, it becomes a high demand item, all the way to using some of the resources within the building to make PSA advertisements and also just building trainings and such, right? So they can do those with the Zoom, get a green screen, things that we use for public information and developing messaging out to the public now become resources to other departments to use. So for today, I'm just going to stop there. And open it up to any questions, and just thank you for your time.
Okay, Brent, if you could take down your screen so I could see the full board. Great, thanks. Glenn, go ahead.
So Brent, basically I spent the first 17 years of my career in what's going to be your multi-purpose room. So it's sort of funny to see that building reused yet again. And I think you answered most of my questions about what do we do with the building the rest of the time. But, I had a conversation with you, and I would just like you to kind of help us a little bit understand what happens when we have an emergency and how long it takes to set up versus having a dedicated space, what that means in terms of the response.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a great point, sir. It's a stressful environment already. And when staff show up and they're setting up computers and they're trying to figure out how to use or hook up phones that aren't already hooked up, developing call rosters and all of these things that are administrative that could have already been done. And Napa County went through this during the earthquake, right? Their practice was the same thing. Set up the phone, set up the computer, and build this office space with new email accounts and all of this that you don't normally do. And you shift gears into an emergency operations center, it becomes one, stressful, and two, you're not meeting the needs of the public, right? You're not collecting information and disseminating it out as fast as you could back to the public, right? So instead of developing alert and warning messages and public information messaging and telling the public and our board what's going on and coordinating our departments, we're still trying to get the doors open. And that's not a good place to start. I mean, you want to be ahead of the game instead of kind of behind the power curve.
Yeah, it seems like a luxury, but when you think about the last 5 years and what's gone on around here, I just realized, no, it's becoming kind of essential.
And that's why I want to point out that a lot of people will think of this as a luxury, right? And really, if you have the facility and it's a resource to the county, it's something that all departments are going to want to do training in there for multiple things. They're going to want to use the meeting space. It draws them in. Your partners, your city is going to say, hey, you know, they have computers already set up. Maybe we can do some of the training there. And so it builds those partnerships, and it really does become something that all the departments that can benefit from. So not only are we in a better prepared state, but it's something that, you know, can get used in a multiple of ways. And it also, I'll tell you that, say counties like Yolo County, they have a great EOC. When the state's looking to do some type of training and they're looking for somebody to host it, they want a place that they know that their staff can do the training and provide for the local jurisdiction. So it's another thing that draws people into you.
Thanks. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so I'm completely supportive of the hot EOC concept. I somehow thought the space was already slated to be used. There was a program that left ag that ended up at planning and is now left planning. And I think planning and building wants their space back so that we can have a functioning planning and building department. So maybe I'm wrong, but I thought the space was already allocated for use. I'm curious, is this the only space that's being identified, or how would we deal with that conflict?
It's the only space I'm aware of that's been identified. I think the executive staff have had a lot of needs pop up and they're putting out fires. Carmel has probably had a lot on her plate where she's like, okay, now where do I put recovery? And of course it wasn't properly equipped yet. So I think it's a matter of commitment and saying, yes, we're doing this. And then, you know, again, it's a scalable project. So, you know, if other needs are prioritized, even if it's just a commitment of this is it, we're going to do this and this is the floor plan. And then whatever resources come to bear, we can incrementally make those adjustments. It also, because it hasn't been committed to our department or to the OES side, it puts me in a limbo for other grant opportunities because I don't know if I can take the time to plan against this space because it's not really dedicated, right? So anytime you put anything on a wall under, say, Homeland Security grants or whatever it might be, there's an environmental impact study that you got to do. And it's a huge time suck just to do the documentation. And so if to put together a project and not know if you had the place, then it's not worth the investment. So it's not just this, it's moving forward also.
I have a question. You made a reference to the fact that it's in close proximity, physical proximity to the dispatch center. And I get the need to have it connected one way or the other, whether it's physically in close proximity to the dispatch center or not. But I know there's been some discussion off and on about the county and state-owned building in Willits, which so far there's really never been a identified use for that building. It's the former courthouse, and the city of Willits uses part of the building for their police department, but I think it largely sits empty. Has any evaluation been made of that building for an EOC?
I'm not aware of that. I could definitely get with the sheriff and figure out, and we can do an assessment on another space. Typically, I think the expenses of this will be very similar when it comes to a generator is a generator for the size that we need and such. I think it's just important to kind of make the decision, make the commitment, and okay, we are going to dedicate one of these spaces, do an actual assessment, and really know what we're working towards. And this one has already been, from what I've seen from coming on, I've been here about a year now. My understanding was that was the direction we were already traveling.
So I'm not suggesting the former courthouse in Willits is the better location for the EOC. Maybe it's a better location for the cannabis division, or maybe it's a better location for a countywide dispatch center. I'm just pointing out that it's a building that doesn't currently have a full use for it, and it seems to me that it needs to be part of the county's planning in terms of space allocation. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I was going to ask, what about the Redwood Valley Training Center? Is there any site on that parcel that could be utilized, given maybe it wouldn't conflict with simultaneous use?
I haven't seen that either. I would say that the proximity to the admin building makes it attractive also, because really an EOC, and I used to do this in the service for a long time, right? We really, an EOC is really just an opportunity to bring key leaders together, facilitate information sharing, and make quick decisions. I mean, that's really as simple as it is. And so proximity to other county departments also makes this a very attractive building. And I would say that because really the name of the game is to quickly open an EOC to address whatever the response needs are, because we shouldn't be making decisions. We're supporting the field, right? We're supporting law enforcement, fire, transportation and public works, whatever it may be, the community as a whole. But the name of the game is really to get out of the emergency as soon as possible, right? Because we want to minimize all the costs. And I think we've all seen emergencies get real expensive real fast. And so it's not that we want to not provide service, but we want to get it contained. And so the less movement you have of your staff and pulling them from different areas, and this is the heart of the county operation, that makes it more attractive than some of these other locations.
Thanks. Supervisor McGordy?
I just want to reinforce that. It's right on the main campus for Mendocino County, so it's easy to draw in your volunteer staff if you need people for funds and things. So as opposed to if you're way off campus like in Willits, that starts to get problematic for bringing people in to do whatever functions. Plus, in the case of when we eventually get our offices back and the supervisors and the CEO's office is right across the street there, so it's very easy for us to make meetings and briefings and such if needed.
I'd also point out that Supervisor McGordy makes great points. I'd also point out that usually your base camp for the incident command post for CAL FIRE is down at the fairgrounds, so it makes it proximal to go to those meetings, because even though we have to do a lot of running, right, going back and forth between to make sure we're looking at the maps and looking at what they're looking at, and that there's email and calls are great, but communication face-to-face adds a lot to it.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, a lot of good ideas. Before this plan comes back, could we get it coordinated with facilities in the executive office so that we can see the whole plan of where all of the pending services will be housed?
Chair Jurdy.
Yeah, looking to the CEO. Thanks.
Yeah, this is CEO Angelo. I would like to make a couple comments. First of all, I would like to thank Sheriff Kendall and our EOC coordinator, OES coordinator, excuse me, Brent Blazier. I think that it's forward thinking on the part of Brent to put together a good plan, also to look at the existing plan. So I really appreciate that. I also agree with many of the points that Brent has brought up. However, it's unfortunate that we didn't speak before this. This building is committed already. There are 2 programs that are moving into that building. And so it's unfortunate that we didn't have that discussion ahead of time. I do think a couple things, though. One is that we are putting $500,000 into a training center in Redwood Valley, and the mental health community has already said that they're not certain whether they'll use that training center. It's very clear that that training center will be a public safety training center. So when we talk about training around emergency operations, I would think that given that that building is in the process of a remodel right now, and also all of the IT infrastructure is either in or will be in that building, that the Redwood Valley Training Center could be used for emergency operations training centers, and it's not that far from where we are. Also, I would like to say that my office and facilities will commit to working with Sheriff Kendall and our OES coordinator, Brent Blazer, on finding an appropriate building. You know, I do think that spending money on an EOC and having it just, you know, shovel ready is a good idea. Brent has some very good points here. Unfortunately, given that some of the things that we are dealing with now and the shortage of space, we do have 2 programs that are in the process of moving into this particular building right now. I do think that if we were going to use a building for training, that we do have, there are some areas that are crowded within the complex, so I'm not quite sure about the traffic for training anyway. But I will say that the Redwood Valley Training Center is in the process of remodeling right now. We have had it closed because of the pandemic, but that building will be ready fairly soon. And I think that since it's a public safety training center, that there would be no problem with doing emergency operations trainings out of that building. It will be well prepared. And again, my office and facilities will work with Sheriff Kendall and Brent Blazer to find an appropriate space for a new EOC and also a budget for the EOC, whether it's for IT infrastructure or equipment or furniture or whatever. And we could start working on that and come back to this board probably by the 3rd session that we do the PG&E funding, if that will please the board. Thank you.
Okay, sound like excellent suggestions. Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, not seeing any. Darcy, do we have any other presentations?
Yes, we have 2 more. Next, we will go to the Department of Transportation. Howard DeShield, Director.
Which one? Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy and ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation, and I want to address some of our ideas for using the PG&E settlement money. So this list of the DOT road and bridge projects, some of the board members who've been on the board for a number of years first saw in 2014. One of the good things about this list is that it's much shorter. In the last 16 years, we built 9 bridges. I just want to say, you know, people don't think a lot about the infrastructure, transportation infrastructure. It's there a long time. Most bridges will last 50 to 75 years. The county has 157 major structures. We also have a few of our larger road projects listed on this list. And one of the things that the board will remember, who've seen this slide before, these are grant funded. The number down here, 57 million, you know, matched with 1.4 million of local share. There's a lot of leverage there on these projects. And I might add, you know, the new bridges mostly replaced bridges that were under capacity. They were weight limited, or they would not withstand what we call an overload, an extra size load. And those loads become important when they're moving heavy equipment. And I know even in some of these fires we had limitations on what we were able to do in our system. So these are the bridges we're working on. And like I say, the thing you don't see is the number of projects, the 9 bridges that came off this list. This next slide gets down to our disaster response. That number is also lower now too. We're showing a remaining cost of 5.8 million. The board will recall we started in 2017 with over 20 million estimated in the damage that came from 2 disasters. The storm that January, where you all recall Lake Oroville. Well, we had a lot of road damage from that same January storm, and then of course the awful October 17 fires. You know, we've built 35 projects since then. They've come off this list, but still, when you get to the local share, if you add the 1.4 and what's remaining here, you get this number of 1.965516, and that's really our first ask. We're we have drawn on the road fund, which we use for our general routine operations, our everyday routine work, and we have to carve out money for that to do match on these big money grants, and we love to get them. We like to get the help from FEMA and the Federal Highway Administration for disaster recovery, but you know, we do have a match there, and
Howard?
Yes.
Howard, sorry to interrupt. This is Darcy. Would you like one of your deputies in to share screen? We don't have your slides up at the moment.
Oh, shoot. We gotta figure that out.
Do we have Megan in the waiting room?
I got it.
I had the wrong thing. Here, let's
see
go
it
back.
now?
There, we got it. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry.
So this is the list that I was referring to. And as I said, you know, the 1.4 million would be our existing road and bridge local share that we would leverage the 57 million. And then the remaining storm damage, like I said, we're down now to having that much left to go, 35 projects done and that much match. So our first ask is to really replenish with this 1.9 million, the money we would have had set aside for all our projects that we've really had to use, that we've had to draw down to meet the last 4 years. You know, below is a breakout of, you know, how we see the future. And as you see, the numbers get smaller because we don't know what'll happen in these coming years. Obviously, I hope we don't have another disaster. I'm sick of disasters. But if we did have another disaster in, say, 22, 23, 24, 25, you know, we would have to budget these up. But for now, that would be the number that would get us through all the projects on the list I just showed you. I put this slide in because, as the board knows, we have our corrective maintenance plan that's funded by the new money from SB1, the road maintenance and repair account, and that is dollar for dollar. And the reason I took that out of the other slide was it shows all as local match, which it's really not. It's our program. So the board's always interested in that. And I just wanted to say it's been hard to keep that on track, but we've fenced that off and we've been using it for corrective maintenance projects. And that's it going into the future. The other thing I brought up last month when I spoke to the board was for the last 10 years, the department has tried to upgrade all our equipment to meet the California Air Resources Board requirements for clean air equipment. One of the things we had to curtail the last couple of years and stop working on was our equipment. You know, we had no equipment in our budget last year. And for 1.5 million, we can finish the CARB program. And that's not all new equipment. A lot of that is simply doing the filters and retrofits we need to do. So I saw that as a good way to use some one-time money that would really get all of our equipment into compliance for the whole fleet. Lastly, getting back to leveraging money, I'll start with Little River, then I'll go up to Round Valley. You know, there is a grant out there, 7.7 million. It needs that local share of 423,000. It's to reconstruct our taxiway. And I'll say a little bit about the airports. They are really important to a lot of emergency response, and they're important just on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis for medical transports and for operations that occur. And, you know, I'll jump up here to Round Valley, and we've got a straight dollar for dollar ask as part of this one, because right now, because of vandalism at Round Valley, you know, all of our runway lights have been broken. And when we tried to replace them, they were just broken again. So we don't have funding from grants to do the security fence. we need to finish it. And I think it's important because until we fence and secure that airport, it just doesn't do us any good to replace the lights again. So we have maintenance money to do the lights, but I want to see the fence get done before we put them back out there. So those are basically my four asks. I don't know why the last slide didn't come up, or maybe that was the last slide.
That was.
And if you total them up, it's about $4 million. But any amount you could help us out with would be much appreciated. And we'll take questions now if you have any.
Okay. Any questions for Howard, Glenn?
So Howard, is there any projections about the federal infrastructure, or any forecasts about how federal infrastructure money might be available to counties? Is that on your radar screen yet?
Well, this morning, Supervisor Jurdy reported out from MCOG that the first little amount of money comes from what they call the coronavirus recovery and CRRSAA. I think the S is supplemental appropriation account. That was the first funding source, and Supervisor Jurdy's correct about that. There's 1-point-something million for the whole county, and I think when the cities get their share, the county might get 700,000 to $1 million out of that. This other bill that's before Congress, who knows? But all I can really say for sure is what Supervisor Jurdy referenced this morning is we know there's, for the county, between 700,000 and $1 million that we'll be seeing pretty soon. That's all we're sure about.
And as also another follow-up question, in your list of projects, is there anything that in bridge repair or infrastructure that's specifically for Redwood Valley or Potter Valley that might have been impacted by the fires?
Well, obviously, one of the projects on the list was Eastside Potter Valley Road, and I don't show that as needing a match. I believe when we had the discussion before, when the bids come in, depending on how they come in, I may bring it back before the board to look at. We did do a lot of repair on Eastside, on the roads out in Potter Valley, and Redwood Valley. The only projects I think we have left are on East Road and Redwood Valley. We've got a guardrail yet to do, but I think if you drive around, a lot of the pavement rehab already happened. That was part of the 35 projects that we already did that I was referencing, and we're kind of down to that last $5 million.
Okay, great.
Howard, I have a question, and you don't have to have the answer today, but with our SP1 funds, we've purposely targeted those funds, which are ramping up. I think they're now about $4 million a year. They go up to 6 or 7 a year in later years. We've targeted those funds towards arterial and collector roads, in other words, the major roads in the county, but not necessarily roads that people have their homes on. People might live on a road that they think is pretty significant because their home's on it, and maybe that road hasn't been paved in 40 years, and they're wondering when is it their turn. Those cul-de-sacs or dead-end roads that are not designated as an arterial or a collector road aren't on the county's list for those SB1 funds. And we don't currently have a funding source dedicated to paving those roads, which serve many, many, many people. Could you develop a list that would show the board the names of those other roads that are not collectors and arterials, that are not going to be receiving SB1 funds, and maybe just sort of break it down by percentage of linear miles per supervisor district? So we could see essentially where those are. And what my thinking is we could well find ourselves with some funds that we want to spend on county roads. But in my opinion, because we've already developed, thanks to SB1, a priority of targeting the arterial collectors. In my mind, it'd be great if we could, even if it's a one-time funding source, if we could put some injection of funds into those non-arterial, non-collector roads to at least resurface, repair some of those other roads in the county, which many people may feel are the most important road because their house is on it. So is that something that your department could do fairly quickly?
Well, I don't know that would be fairly quickly, but my January 8th, 2019 director's report, which laid out the 20-year plan for RMRA, pretty much said that, we've got 1,016 miles, about 660 are surface chip sealed, and the SB1, the RMRA program, was for 357 miles. So the report goes through the math. There's 330 miles of the roads you described, Supervisor Jurdy, that are the local roads that aren't part of the 20-year plan. So, the board has asked me this before, and the number, we have if we're doing 357 miles in 20 years, and that's a $100 million program. That's how that 20-year plan is laid out. To do the other 330 miles of local roads, I think the last estimate I came up with was when we discussed the sales tax, and that was a 30-year plan or $80 million. So, the settlement money is going to come nowhere near to 80 million that we would need to do all 330 miles. But, if you decided to put a fund together for some local roads, what I prefer to do, and I could give you a list of 330 miles worth of road, but what I'd really prefer to do is what I did with SB1. I had an amount of money when the bill passed, and I did the plan based on the amount of money I had. So if you give me amount of money, like it was at one time proposed for the sales tax, then I'll give you the miles of road. And of course, they'll get spread through the county because that's what we always do. So if you could give me that, I would come back with a list based on that. Unless you want to tell me it's 80 million, then I'll give you all 330.
So again, I wasn't necessarily thinking of the PG&E funds, but there are other funds that could well come to the county. And I think it'd be instructive for the board to see where those local roads are located, because the arterial collectors are not equally distributed. Well, knowing that the second district is mostly the city of Ukiah and has just a little bit of the county road system in it, it's not that 25% of the county road arterials or collectors are in each of the 4 other districts. They're disproportionately located in a couple districts. But those local roads, conversely, I suspect, are also disproportionately located in some different districts. And I think it'd be important for the board to see that, because the SB1 funds are dedicated to those arterial collectors, and the local roads really deserve some attention, and I think some budgeting by the board when money becomes available.
Sure, I can list all the roads that aren't in the 20-year plan.
By district.
By however you want.
I think it'd be helpful if it was by supervisor district.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Supervisor Hashback?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So my question is about the current projects and local share. And so, some of these have a local share, and does that mean that they aren't being done unless we dedicate additional funds for that local share? Or how does that work? And then the ones that don't have a local share, are those being worked on right now? There's quite a few of them. And so that's a lot of projects out there.
Yeah, so the way that works is we would normally take our highway users tax account funds, which we do everything from, DOT has one road fund, then we kind of spread it around to projects, routine maintenance and disaster recovery, but it basically all comes from the same place. Part of what I was saying is unless I build that back up, my match, my ask for the 1.9, you're right. I will probably work on the bridges that are 100% funded. And, we'll just have to let the other projects wait, kind of like I've done with the ARB equipment retrofits. I just delay it and hope that, I get money in future years. I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but that is what I'd have to do if I don't have the match available. And normally we set it aside and we have it ready. And what I'm saying is we've drawn that down over the last 4 years.
No, that's a great explanation. And so what is the timeline for most of these projects? Is this like the 5-year plan or the 10-year plan?
It looks out 5 or 6 years. Yes, that's about what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Howard, for your presentation, and those are obviously all very important projects. Darcy is planning and building next.
That's correct. Nash Gonzalez is on there he is. And Nash, do you want to share your screen? There you go.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. Thank you very much for this opportunity to make this presentation before you regarding the PG&E funds. So basically what I want to go ahead and indicate is that the Department of Planning and Building Services has always been heavily involved in disasters throughout the county, and specifically the Redwood Complex fire. And so we look at slide 1. This pretty much summarizes all of the aspects of the department of being involved with regards to inspections during the fire, after the fire for repopulation, staffing of the local assistance center and shelters. We participated in the town hall meetings throughout the events, oversight, acceptance, and tracking of all right of entry permits, coordination with the assessor's office with regards to destroyed structures, and then the support of urgency ordinances, health orders, and so on throughout the emergencies. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Adrian Thompson, who's going to go into the next items.
Thank you, Nash. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. As Nash said, we were very highly involved in the disaster in 2017 with the Redwood Complex fire, and some of those highlights is that we worked directly with the Army Corps, Cal OES, and FEMA for that debris removal. So they contacted us as planning and building, and our staff worked with them to clear sites, to track those parcels. We also did all the private cleanup. So anyone that didn't work on a public debris removal program, the PPDR, we did that private cleanup, tracked those parcels, their contractors, and worked with environmental health to clear those sites. Along with that, as the Army Corps cleared sites, we received all of the soil clearance letters that allowed people to rebuild those structures. We tracked the clearance letters, provided them to property owners, and maintained that master database and the spreadsheet. Final highlight here is that we organized the temp trailer ordinance, created a new permit process for these administrative permits to allow approximately 79 applicants to move back to their parcels as soon as possible.
If I could add to that, through the chair, this was something that the department was proactive in doing. We did not wait for direction, but we instantly jumped in on this one and brought an ordinance and worked with county council to be able to get this in process, because again, we understand the need to be able to get people back onto their properties as soon as possible so that you don't have I'll just say a proliferation of homeless folks out there, but people back onto their properties. So again, the department has been involved quite a bit with disasters. So.
And this slide just has a couple of figures there. The board did waive the admin permit fees, which was approximately $88,559 for the department. And then our regular staff hours dedicated to processing admin permits or building permits from 214s that could not be reclaimed by FEMA is listed. Another highlight from the planning and buildings work was after the debris cleanup, we had to strategically operate an over-excavation project. So there were approximately 79 parcels that qualified for this program, and our planners did the site plans for the applicants. We worked hand in hand with these property owners and completed all of their paperwork to work them through this process and get building permits to complete the grading that would fill in these over-excavated parcels so that they could rebuild. Along with that, it's just multiple staff hours, and we have a number listed there of the reimbursement of staff that we would like to reinvest back into our department that we'll talk about a little later.
Thank you. And then the next slide is basically a snapshot of the past as well as the present that basically shows how we are increasing in workload exponentially with building permits and other entitlements that are coming in, primarily building permits, which require both planning and the building divisions to be working hand in hand. So the diagram shows how the building permits have increased, utilizing the same staffing that we had in 2016, but yet in a 7-month period in fiscal year 2021, we've already seen an increase of 61% from last year. And next slide, again, just shows the amount of permits that are being requested and permits being issued. The takeaway on this one is that we are backlogged by 192 permits, or as we used to look at back in 15-16, it would basically take 2 weeks for plan check. Right now it's taking 8 to 10 weeks to go through plan check. And again, because of the staffing resources that we have. So as we look at what is the department requesting, again, we're looking at taking those funds that we'll look at permit fees that were waived in the earlier slides, is reinvesting that money back into the department for additional staffing resources. Again, because we've not increased staff since 2016, but our workload is more than doubled. We're also looking at trying to be innovative, and we're looking at permit software that would allow us to do plan check electronically and paperless. It's and we're looking at, identified a software called Bluebeam that interacts with Trackit so that we can do real-time plan check. And basically it's a form of using a PDF for plan check. Again, we're looking at overall department IT updates. We're looking at integrating large-size monitors for electronic plan check. Facility modifications to create more workspace in the department, and a one-time vehicle purchase, because again, we have staff that cannot go out into the field to do their inspections or their field work because of limited vehicles. And one of the things that has come up is the number of abandoned vehicles throughout the county. And when I say the vehicles out there, we have an AVA program, but we're only able to use that money per state law to be able to clean up vehicles along public right-of-ways. It does not address private properties. And again, we've heard discussions about a proliferation of vehicles throughout Round Valley and so on, but these vehicles are located throughout the county. We've estimated anywhere between 900 and 1,000 vehicles on private property that the current AVA program cannot address. What we're proposing is funding that would allow us to be able to do a amnesty program similar to what we've done in the past, I'd say 10, 12 years ago, where we did amnesty programs where we're able to utilize contractors to come in and remove vehicles throughout different areas in the county. And then I'll turn it over to you.
And this slide just shows an estimate of the dollar figures there that the department would be asking for. Most of these are one-time fees or requests. I'll note that the last bullet or slide there has the code enforcement, staffing, the senior program manager, a half-time analyst. Those costs is 1 fiscal year. So if we were to look at a 5-year funding for those staff, we would be at about 1.5 million as a total on that single line there. Otherwise, there are one-time purchases that include maintenance in that total. So our IT maintenance for a 2-year period is already in the $350,000.
And one of the things that I'll add as far as the facilities modification, one of the things that we had envisioned many years ago when we moved into this building was to be able to utilize all staff to create a one-stop shop similar to some of what the other counties have done or some of the cities have done. And so what we're proposing as part of the facilities modification is the creation of 4 new workstations at the counter and next to the counter, so that you would have a station available for environmental health, planning, building, and the fire department, so that when people come in, they could actually obtain a permit at the time they come in and apply, or they could come in and receive all of the information from all of the agencies at the same time, walk away, and then be able to come back with a complete submittal instead of trying to piecemeal things at various stages. So what we're trying to do is create a permit center so that we'd have a dedicated 4 stations to be able to streamline permits through the process. And it leads us into some of the challenges that we're facing in the department. As I've basically mentioned in the past, the department has gotten away from its vision and mission. And so what we're looking at is a reorganization. We're trying to bring back long-range planning back into the department so we can actually do planning and address some of those issues that are out there that haven't been addressed, such as the implementation of the general plan, the update of the zoning code, and looking at all of the plans that basically need to be updated to be able to make us competitive. Again, we did a general plan update 10 years ago, and now we're looking at updating other plans. In fact, it's a challenge. And so the other thing that I'd like to point out that's been a challenge is retaining high-performing staff. Again, the county serves as a training ground, and basically folks end up leaving and going south. And so this department, like all departments, is faced with a problem of a revolving door, and it's just difficult to hold on to staff. So existing staff resources are going to continue to play an important role in the department, and as well as recovery efforts moving forward. So what we're asking for is an investment in the department, an investment that will yield changes, and it will also result in better service for the community. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I just add, Supervisor McGordy and I, as the ad hoc, focus on the planning and building department. We've seen, I think, everything there that Nash and Adrian have presented, and we've discussed it with them pretty extensively. And I think we've seen a definite need in that department for an infusion of resources and staffing, and you know, I think everything there is fully justified. And one way or the other, through PG&E funds or other combination of other funds, I certainly hope that we're able to fund those requests. Supervisor McGordy, do you have anything to add?
Well, everything I've heard today is totally deserving. I mean, and this is what I've said all along, that we're kind of this large county with a lot of infrastructure and not enough tax base to really afford a lot of what needs attention. But you know, we've identified some departments that are really, really key when we have an emergency that need help. And certainly during a recovery of a fire or something, planning and building services is really key to our mission. And you know, we want to support them as much as we can. Like you said, maybe not strictly through PG&E funds, but if we can find and identify other monies, we want to help them and make it a good department. This is critical to our mission.
Supervisor Williams?
I think it's a good plan. I wonder how cost recovery fits in. Did the ad hoc have a chance to look at how to apportion costs between, say, one-time capital improvements versus you know, maybe increasing fees to get full cost recovery?
So I kind of have maybe a little different point of view on this than you do, Supervisor Williams, because I don't think we can always get cost recovery for everything. And part of why we pay taxes and we're here is because we recognize the need to provide some basic services that we can't always recover the costs for. I think we should do it when possible, but I don't want to make it so expensive that no one wants to build or fix anything because they just look at the fees and go, this just isn't worth it to me. So either I won't do it or I won't get a permit. So these are some of the issues that go through my head as we talk about it. I do agree with you that when we can reasonably recover something, there's no reason to expect stuff to be free because it does, someone does benefit specifically from a service. But I think also we have to be realistic about what's affordable and what isn't.
I don't think we agree, but I'd like to see the breakdown of the two so that we know the fees that are coming in, what that's to cover relative to the remainder.
Well, that's a good point too. And it also shows realistically when someone does pull a permit and they're complaining how expensive it is what are we actually investing as a county into it? I think that's worth knowing. So I don't want to say no.
Yeah, so planning and building might have a response.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Nash Gonzalez. When we take a look at fee recovery or cost recovery, you have to factor in many different aspects of the business itself. For example, you do not recover fees when people come to the counter and ask simple questions. You don't recover fees for the majority of the type of work that we do because we're a service-based organization. We do recover fees when we do charge for the permits. So when you look at the big picture, you're probably looking at maybe 60 to 65% cost recovery. But again, the fees that we have now don't cover 100% cost recovery, or they wouldn't even come close to covering the 60 or 70%. You'd have to entertain fee increases to do that. And so we're never going to be 100% cost recovery. We try to do that with larger projects. When an applicant comes in, for example, an EIR, a big subdivision, we move that one into cost recovery. But your typical applications aren't going to be in the cost recovery realm.
Okay. Well, thank you, Nash and Adrian from Planning and Building. Darcy, is that the last presentation?
Yes, Supervisor Judy, that's the last presentation for today. If it pleases this board, we would be looking to come back for 1 hour with fewer presentations on May 4th, if that's something you would like to do.
I personally would like to have additional presentations, but I would like to keep sort of a running tab. And maybe the CEO's office could have it in a consolidated format so that we could have all together. So we could see how there's we may already exceed the amount available from the requests, but it would be nice if it was organized in one single document by the CEO's office. Supervisor McGordy.
So I once again want to bring up the idea. I hope at some point we're going to have a discussion on how we prioritize monies to be spent from the PG&E funds and the COVID relief funds so that we can start thinking about that as we view the presentations. Because we're obviously going through a lot of our time and a lot of the staff time to make presentations. And I still not clear to me how we're going to, what sort of a process we're going to do to make determinations.
Supervisor Judy, this is Darcy. So we do, in the beginning, we presented you with a slide. There's a couple of corrections to the numbers, but we will be maintaining a running total for you. We're trying to pull that back up. I think Amanda's in now, so she can pull that slide back up for you. We'll continue to do a running total for you. And, obviously we have the presentations that we can refer back to as needed. And I would like to turn this over to CEO Angelo.
Chair Jurdy, as the slide is coming up, yes, Deputy CEO Darcy Antle and her team are starting a running tally as far as which entity is asking and how much. But Supervisor McGordy brings up a good point that we have been thinking about. We've really tried to delineate the different funding streams, but our goal is once we get through the PG&E requests, that not only do we come in with a comprehensive list of who is asking, what they're asking for, and a review for this board, but also what are the funding streams that are available. So, for instance, let's look at OES. It might be PG&E, it might be some of the recovery dollars, it could be any additional funding. So what we would like to do is also identify those additional funding streams so the board could pick and choose not only what you would like to spend the county dollars on, but also which funding stream. So we hope to give you that comprehensive look at everything. And we will also talk with you all to make sure that we are presenting all the information that you want. But we have been thinking about that. We know there's different funding streams. And we know that that's critical as far as your decision making. But we really have tried to delineate, because this year, because of COVID, there have been so many additional funding streams. So anyway, that's our hope, and I would welcome Supervisor McGorty to follow up with either myself or Deputy CEO Antle with anything else he would like, or any other board member. Thank you.
Supervisor McGorty?
I just recommend all of you in your own mind to start prioritizing what sort of things you think our PG&E disaster relief money should be spent on. And I think Supervisor Mulheron and I have already identified that anything in Potter Valley, Redwood Valley, where people have not been made whole since the disaster, would be important for us. And I also like the idea of improving our communications during a disaster. And I've seen lots of stuff today that I think immediately, oh man, we really should have that. So I think it's important for all of us to be kind of making a priority list in our own heads, and then eventually have a conversation on it, so that we can, when the time comes, we can make decisions, that are reasoned and effective. Because as usual, we're not going to have enough money to spend everything that we need, but we want to make sure that we have an impact with what we spend our money for.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, I totally agree with what Supervisor McGorty was just saying, is that, for me, it's the process, and we're creating a wish list. And so, along with that wish list, are we extending the wish list out to, Potter Valley, Redwood Valley, the people directly affected, and those community-based organizations that might be doing really good work out there that would really benefit from some of this funding. Like the fire safe councils, that's money well spent, I think. And so I guess it's are we doing the appropriate outreach? I hope Supervisors McGorty and Mulheron have been doing those, virtual town halls to get some of that feedback. And then how are we going to kind of oversee that funding? So is there going to be a separate line item for this PG&E funding? Are we going to do community awareness too about how that money is being spent? And can someone go somewhere like on the county website and see, oh, here's a PG&E funding, and this is what is being asked for, and this is how the money is being spent, and budgeting like that. I think for transparency's sake, that's a good way to go.
Okay, thanks. Maybe the screen share could be dropped so I could see everybody at once. Any other board members? Okay, all right. Well, so this will come back. CEO Angelo, do you have an estimate of when this will come back for another hour or so?
Darcy Arnold, Deputy CEO, we're looking at May 4th.
Okay, right.
For the additional hour, and then as needed, and again, as the supervisors do their town halls, I'm sure there'll be information we want to capture from there as well.
So just to add on that, Just adding that, I've already heard from the Redwood Valley Fire Department and Potter Valley Fire Department, and they have needs too. So I don't know how we capture their interest, whether we should invite them to present before the board or what. So any thoughts?
Certainly, Supervisor McGorty, if that was something that this board would like to do, you can reach out to them and have them contact me, or I could do it as well.
Yeah, we definitely want to do that.
And I'll ask a question of Supervisor Williams, because I think you attend most of the fire chief meetings. Is there a proposal coming in from the fire districts?
I believe a request for funding on several fronts was received. I thought it had gone to all of us, but perhaps not.
Okay. So it seems like that would be part of the May 4th presentation that I would think.
Yeah, I think maybe we should ask the Fire Districts Association and the Fire Chiefs Association to collaborate on a proposal and present.
And my recollection of the fire, although obviously Redwood Valley and Potter Valley were involved, I believe every single fire department in the county was responding to those fires. I saw people, I think maybe from Elk or out in the 1st district.
Chair, do you want me to get it on the calendar and work with Darcy?
Well, I think it should be part of the discussion on May 4th, for sure, as well as any other items that Supervisor McGorty and Mulhern bring from the 2017 fire communities. I think it also would be part of the discussion on May 4th, rather than dragging this on to a 4th and 5th and 6th discussion. Supervisor Hashek?
Thank you, Chair Jordy. Another component was the communication that Supervisor McGorty talked about, is that we were talking a lot last year about the emergency communication systems and the need for, extra money and reinforcement there, And I know that we got this grant, but I'm just wondering if that's sufficient, or does that need to be in the proposal too?
So my understanding is that staff is identifying the portion of the project that we want to fund, that we've been looking to fund, that is funded from this new grant. And then they'll bring back a revised number, because part of it will be funded out of the grant, assuming the county does in fact receive the grant that's been awarded to it. So I think that number is going to be revised, and hopefully that revision will be here by the 4th.
Okay.
Supervisor Jordy, if I may, there are other community nonprofits that would like to present to this board as well. So I don't think we would be able to finish all those organizations up on May 4th. So we would need to at least look for one more meeting time.
Okay. Supervisor McGorty?
And Chairman Jordy, I just kind of recommend we take our time and a deep breath, because this is a one opportunity, and we want to make sure we do it right. So I wouldn't feel pressured on this. Let's take the time and be sure we've heard from all reasonable stakeholders.
Okay. Out of curiosity, the community stakeholders is kind of a broad term. Are these requests coming in from entities that were in some way affected by the 2017 fires? Or I'm just curious.
I'll be honest, the amount of feedback I've had from specific groups has been limited. So I don't know for sure who all is out there. But there's other people who assisted fire survivors, such as NCO and some of the other community service organizations that helped in the fire recovery. I just wonder what their needs are for disaster response, which is partially what I'm hoping that we're doing, is we're building some capacity to respond to an emergency. I think that's a logical use of these monies, so that it seems like we're having some sort of an emergency every year, and we want to be sure that we're able to help keep our community safe when these things happen.
Absolutely agree. I'm wondering, would the board feel this was a good direction? What if Supervisors McGorty and Mulhern, who are holding the community meetings in the fire communities, what if they met with county staff just to kind of review the community organization requests that are coming forward? So if, for example, there was 1 or 2 community requests that they felt were not germane to this, that they could be edited out of the presentation. Because at this point, not knowing what requests are coming in, it may be that the committee itself might not think that they were all germane to this request.
So far that hasn't been an issue, but I'm sure that Supervisor Mulhern and I would be happy to be kind of point persons on that.
Okay.
I don't think huge workload.
Okay, so you could meet with Darcy and just sort of see what they're receiving to kind of be a possible filter for those requests.
Sure. So I think meeting with Darcy and CEO Angelo would be perfectly acceptable.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure the board is aware, insofar as there are requests coming from any outside organizations, these funds are reimbursing specifically costs that or damages that had been sustained by the county and hadn't been otherwise reimbursed. So there are separate funds that are set up both for the for the individual plaintiffs that may be damaged or for other entities that may have suffered damages directly from PG&E. In terms of potentially spending any of these funds on outside agencies, I just want the board to be aware it would be the same. We'd have to go through the same analysis under the gift of public funds standards that we would for any other expenditure. That doesn't mean it can't happen if there's a legitimate public purpose. I just want the board to be aware that we'll need to make sure that we're identifying and articulating any public purpose if the funds are in any way being sort of transferred outside of the county system.
Okay. That's the kind of things we really need to know as we prioritize and try to figure out how we're going to spend the money is having the guidelines and the guardrails up so that we don't make mistakes and suffer needless criticism in the process.
Okay, all right, thanks. So does that conclude this item for today?
Excuse me, Chair Jurdy, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We do have public comment on this item.
Oh, yeah, great, thanks, bring it in.
First on the line is Doug Hutchison.
Good afternoon, Chair Jarity and honorable board members. Doug Hutchison, Fire Chief, the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority. I'm speaking here today in support of the Coastal Valleys EMS proposal on behalf of my agency and the Mendocino County Fire Chiefs Association. I think Jen Banks did a really good job covering all the needs of the different agencies, particularly the small ones and the challenges that they face. And I completely agree with Supervisor Williams that the whole proposal is pretty much low-hanging fruit and great bang for the buck. So thank you for the opportunity to support that proposal.
Next on the line is Anna Stockel.
Hi. I think I'm on more than one computer here and I'm trying to fix that. Stand by. Okay, there we go. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I use two computers because I can't always see the countdown timer if I want to look at my notes. So my notes are short. I think it was Jen who did a great job of the EMS services. It was a lot of material really quickly. And the thing that caught my attention was pulse point. And it's something that I am familiar with from the Bay Area. And so I would like to second the idea of Pulse Point. I don't think there was enough time in the presentation to really go through all of the attributes of what it is and what it can do. And I'd like an opportunity for the board to look into it a little bit more deeply. I do question the amount. What was it, $62,500 to implement it? And that doesn't seem right to me. So I'd love to see, the justification of that amount. The only other thing I'd like to point out, which is slightly off topic, and now I'm looking for my notes, is there are a couple of very other useful apps that the public can use that wouldn't cost anything to the board. So free is our favorite price, right? And one of them is ICE in case of emergency. It's an app that you put on your phone, and an EMS, an EMT, or whoever, an emergency responder can see it even if your phone is locked, and it will show your medications, your allergies, and an emergency contact and any other short amount of information that you would like an emergency responder to see. And I do have that on my phone. So it's called ICE in case of emergency. And the other two apps that the public could use is CPR Assist. So everybody should be trained, but even when you're trained, when it comes down to brass tacks, you could be nervous. So it steps you through the steps of, is the person responding? Are they breathing? Have you called EMT? You can look it up. It's called CPR Assist. And then it finally guides you to the point of, well, you better do CPR. And then it steps you through the timing of how many pushes and how many breaths.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, thanks. That takes us to, let's see. Actually, I think we're due for a break right now. It's 5:15. Could we take let's see, we've got, two more items. Let's take a 10 or 15-minute break and come back before 5:30. 5:32. Let's resume the board meeting, and we have two more agenda items for today. One is 5D, which is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution approving the agricultural preserve for an entrance into Williamson Act. And this is from Planning and Building. I just first, I guess, I'll look to the clerk. Have we established proper notice for today's public hearing?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, so at 5:33, I'd like to open the public hearing. Has the clerk recorded all correspondence and telephone calls received?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'll look to the Planning and Building for the presentation of the public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy and Supervisors. This is Julia Acker-Krog, Assistant Director. I'm going to keep my presentation very brief, as I'm sure you've already seen the item in the agenda packet. So the request in front of you today is for the creation of an agricultural preserve for and entrance into Williamson Act contract for the Capistan Ranch, which is located in Redwood Valley, Coppola area. The request is totaling 982 acres of agricultural and rangeland and consists of 3 groups of parcels. The land is being used as grazing for the Capistan Ranch cattle holdings, and this request was approved unanimously or recommended approval unanimously by the Planning Commission on December 3rd of 2020. Staff is seeking today the adoption of a resolution by the board to establish the agricultural preserve and the entrance into the Williamson Act contract. And I'm available for questions.
Okay, do we have any questions of staff at this time? Supervisor McGordy?
Not really a question, just more of a comment. The Strategic Agricultural Lands Committee, which consists of several stakeholders, including the Mendocino RCD, some of the land trusts, and Mendocino County, as well as Mendocino County Farm Bureau, strongly supports protecting agricultural land, and this is one of the main tools that we have. And I support all efforts to keep land in agricultural production, and this certainly is a great tool for doing it.
Okay, thanks. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any telecomment for this item.
Okay. Well, then, are any final remarks from planning?
No, nothing additional to add.
Okay. Board member comments, or would someone like to make, if there are no...
I'll move the resolution.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and second. I think I'll close the public hearing at 5:35. Motion and second. Okay, Atlas, can you conduct the roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, great. All right. Then it takes us to item 5E, which is discussion possible action, including an acceptance of an informational presentation by the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District regarding their current and planned activities countywide. And the sponsor is Transportation.
And good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, your Transportation Director. So the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, or RCD, has been a really valuable and successful partner with the county on many different kinds of resource projects over the last 10 years. Presently, the RCD is doing work for the county under 7 contracts. I might add some of those are with the water agency, which recently came over to DOT, and we really value them as a partner. So they have a presentation for you today to bring you up to date on their projects. They will be discussing their future projects and funding. However, they will also be returning, as is customary, to make their formal funding requests during the budget hearings in June. And with that, I will turn it over to Megan McClure, who I will need to share her screen herself because I don't have your presentation. So take it away.
Does everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. You guys have had a long day. I'm impressed. Thank you very much, Chair Jurdy, Supervisors of the Board, CEO Angelo, and Deputy CEO Antal. And thank you very much for having us today. This is an informational only, so I think I've got 19 slides. I think I'll maybe highlight maybe 5 or 6 of them, just so you can wrap up your evening. Great presentations today. One thing I'm really excited about hearing is how the Fire Safe Council, who we picked up and helped to mature, has fully graduated to its own entity, and Scott's doing a fabulous job, and we're just really delighted. We still partner with them very closely, but they're an independent organization doing great things, as you know. So just wanted to say thank you for that. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next slide. So I'm a big fan of our mission statement to conserve, protect, and restore wild and working landscapes to enhance the health of water, soil, and forests of Mendocino County. The idea of water, soil, and forests is always something we reinvestigate for every project that we have. So we frequently have to turn away work because of not being within our mission. We're non-regulatory and we're environmentally focused. So that's our mission. You guys, is that a better view there? Make sure you can see the slides. So I'm just gonna, this is, we're an arm of your organization. We're a special district, and we have the opportunity to support you in many areas. So I just want to forward through this, go through this slide, because we have 7 contracts with the county. This is $3.2 million worth of work that we do on your behalf and for the county. Many of these that we applied to they're grant funded, so they're not direct county dollars, they're grant funds that the county was the lead applicant, and we developed the application and applied, and we facilitate these funds going to on-the-ground projects. Many of these are disaster related. So the Ukiah Valley Fire Fuels and Reduction Project, that was $1.4 million, still ongoing, wrapping up. We partner with the Fire Safe Council, so they're the primary facilitators for that. But when we applied to the grant, they weren't yet, graduated yet. So we're the fiscal sponsor for several of these projects that the Fire Safe Council is executing. Also, we partner, an important differentiation between the Fire Safe Council and the work we do in forestry is if it's a landscape level project, like fuel breaks across a ridge line, that is in our, area of expertise. But if it's community-based and neighborhood-based, that's the Fire Safe Council. So we work very collaboratively. So a project like the Ukiah Valley Fire Fuels, it had both fire breaks and a neighborhood component. So we teamed together to get all those areas of work completed. The Redwood Complex Fire Recovery Hazardous Tree Removal, the Road Recovery Complex Fire Restoration. So we did road reconstruction, culvert repairs, that kind of work. Sustainable Ag Lands Conservation Program, SALC, was a grant that we applied to investigate the Williamson Act and to help develop a climate action plan chapter regarding agriculture. I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. We help the county with groundwater elevation monitoring throughout the county. That's a requirement that the county has, and we execute that contract on your behalf. And then invasive mussel prevention monitoring and outreach, and then general county funding to help our operations. Just as a note, the Russian River flood control district has hired us to do education and outreach regarding the current drought. So that's a separate contract through them. So every investment that the county has made with us, we've turned it into grants for restoration and natural resource projects on the ground. So we have a long history of return on investment to us. We have very low overhead. We're all about putting the money into the community. We all live here and love being here and care about the community. So just long history. Here's a few projects. I'm not going to go through them, but just we're very much appreciating that it's a large county, and we try to cover every district and every corner of the county to make sure that everyone has opportunity to restore their natural resources. So we have water, storm proofing of 17, the water program, free leak detection services for Native American tribes. We have large wood infiltration where we add wood to the streams to help slow down the flow to increase habitat for native coho and salmon. So items like that. Soil accomplishments include we're collaborating with counties all over the North Coast to do soil testing and soil health projects, and to include new components, new farming practices that include carbon sequestration and progressive activities like that, and to be able to actually calculate how we're reducing greenhouse gas emissions by the activities that we're promoting, and that can also save money and improve soil quality. Forest health, we've done lots of seeding. 22,000 conifer seedlings have been planted in the Redwood Complex Fire footprint, and 330,000 seedlings in the Ranch Fire footprint. So, and then obviously the hazardous trees were removed that were dead or dying trees. So that's part of resiliency, forest resiliency, as well as fire prevention. And then one project in particular I wanted to highlight, we've been working on it for several years. It's a CAL FIRE Climate Investment Grant. It was $2 million. It included three components. One is reforestation of 745 acres of the complex fire footprint, removing dead and dying trees, and demonstration of biogasifiers. So we've got 2 biogasifiers in development that will be installed at Hopland Research and Extension Center. And we have the PG&E permits and the electrical infrastructure and the all the permitting, and it takes years to get all that infrastructure in place, but we will have 2 biogasifiers installed, and they will use chips from wet wood from the Redwood Complex Fire. So these biogasifiers, they'll generate electricity. They use woody biomass. They also make biochar that we could use in soil amendment. So it's a demonstration project, and it just got extended for another year, and that's going really well. There's lots of challenges, but it's going well. You all know that we manage the Willits bypass, 2,000 acres out there. We've been highlighted at the California Resource Conservation District because we did a video, and it showed all kinds of wildlife, all the beavers and elk and bear and eagles, and just it's pretty incredible. So continue to work on that. We're trying to develop it as a research platform, as well as figuring out how to allow public access in the future when we have proper possession. So going forward, we're all these grant opportunities are open now. It costs money to apply to grants. We don't have funding except for the county direct, base funding in order to fund us to apply to grants. So there's lots of opportunities out there, and I think it's really important because I think the effects of the COVID, the recession, I think that'll impact federal and state budgets next year. And so there's lots of opportunities right now that we should leverage, but I think we need to look for multi-year grants now for them being light next year. That's just a heads up on that program. You know, what our plans are going forward are, you know, continued water quality and water quantity. We're trying to really promote water catchment programs. So when it's, you know, raining in the winter, that people have are able to catch and utilize that water in the summer. So that's one of our big programs. And then, you know, education and outreach about the drought. Lots of improving water quality. You know, we have lots of dirt roads through the system, and so we're trying to improve road quality so there's not so much sediment going into the rivers that affect the quality of the water and the habitat for the fish and aquatic habitat. Soil, lots of carbon farm plans. We're you know, very active in our in the soil community across all the North Coast, Napa, Sonoma, Humboldt, Del Norte, Trinity, all of collaborating on soil quality. So we're a leader in that group and doing great, and appreciate continued applying together. You know, we've applied for, you know, $4 million grant in collaboration with other counties. So it's really a great collaborative group. And then some goals for the forest health and resilience. We want to continue to do forest health and climate resilient woodlands. So it's not just about preparing for fire, but it's also the health of the forest, right? So we have a registered professional forester and an intern, a fresh grad that's learning and growing to help expand our forestry program, because we have more work than we can do right now. So we're excited about expanding the forestry program within the RCD. And then just general operations to collaborate. You know, we're really anxious we hear all the work you're doing. And just, you know, on a side note, I'm so impressed that, you know, dealing with, you know, the challenge of the cannabis industry, the pandemic, and just all the normal on top of everything, I really want to be able to be supportive. And so if there's anything you guys ever need, you know, we want to be able to support you. And we're happy to facilitate any of your needs. So let us know what we can do to help. And you know, because we're a special district, we want you to see us as an arm to your organization. And when you need help, we can be there for you. So I don't want to take any more of your time. It's been a long day. You know, I listened in all day, and I can't believe you guys do this every other week. So I'm impressed. Thank you for your service. And, you know, let us know what we can do. Joe had to leave, but he wrote something he wanted me to share with you. He said, the partnership, Joe Scriven is the Assistant Executive Director for the RCD, and he's also a fisheries biologist. But he wrote, the partnership we have with the county has a record of success that we are proud to share. I think our success in large part is due to the strong relationships we have developed over the years with county staff and the landowners. Even with the challenges of COVID in 2020, we were able to continue all of our projects while keeping staff safe. Thank you for your service. I believe that's all my comments. I believe the chair of our board, Peter Broderick, is online and might want to say a few words. I don't know if he has to be let in to speak, but if he's
well, while we're waiting for Peter to connect in, I just want to thank you, Megan, for everything you and your organization does for the county. And you're right, your organization is a great value for the county. The way you leverage state and federal and nonprofit dollars is really pretty amazing. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I'd like to echo that. And also, could you please send us your slideshow? Page 5 was missing from the one that we received in advance, and that was a really great slide. So I'd love to have that one.
Sure. Is that the existing contracts?
Yeah, the current projects.
Yeah, I have I'll send you a Word write-up. It's 2 pages that has more detail about each one. It has like a paragraph summary for that. So I'll forward that to the clerk of the board to include.
Thank you
Chair
very much.
Jurdy, we do not currently have Peter on the line.
Okay, all right. Supervisor McGordy?
I just wanted to tell everyone how wonderful it is to work with the RCD, because I was a peer and a colleague of theirs working on projects like soil health and the Sustainable Ag Lands Committee, and they are playing a key role in our groundwater management, sustainable groundwater management program. And for the investment we make, they give a lot back. And the other thing that's wonderful about them is they really understand the whole concept of ecological services, which is one of the things that Mendocino County is truly rich in. We're poor in so many ways, but we have this amazing landscape that there's so much going on in terms of carbon cycling and biological diversity and watershed, and they get it. I mean, they're right in the middle of it. So I thoroughly support them, and I'm glad they're our partners.
Thank you.
Okay, I do want to ask, do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We did have one person sign up, but they are not currently on the line.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks, Megan. We do have a couple items. We don't have a ledger report, but or a CO report today. But do we have any public comment on either of those items?
We did have one person sign up, but it appears that they are no longer on the line.
Okay, great. Well, we had supervisor reports earlier today, unless someone wants to add something out now at this point. And if not, I think we're ready for adjournment at 5:55. Okay, see everybody here next week.
Okay, bye-bye.